What's up, folks? Name's Cool as Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this.
No, I must not succumb to temptation.
Nah, but you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble now.
It's legal.
Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell bean pies.
bitch is homeless before you can give me an 8.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Happy Sunday, day 2 of District Con 2.
Hey.
Sean MacArthur, CEO of Divided District Studios.
And I'm Jody DeVille, Vice President of Divided District Studios.
All right, so we got a jam-packed event for you guys. So yesterday we had a bunch of handcrafters and creators come in, but this time is the nitty-gritty. We got a show filled with comic book creators. And today, oh my God, I cannot wait.
It's going to be awesome. Before we fully dive into that, just of course, a reminder, we have 8 days left on our Kickstarter. And thank you so much for everyone who's been pledging. We still see the pledges coming in. And just a reminder, even if you pledge without a reward, you're still going to get something.
Oh, yeah.
We're still giving people stuff. So definitely click the links in our bios, check out our Kickstarters, and not to mention, I think we have one Kickstarter today as well.
Yeah,
that we're going to be one of the artists.
Oh yes, we do actually.
Exactly.
We have a creator, Enrique Lopez. Unfortunately, we couldn't get him on a live chat, but we did do a. Oh.
So we're going to pretty much talk with Enrique from the past.
Yes.
And and then sky's the limit. Who knows? I can't wait for you guys to see who we have in store today.
Oh yeah.
So let's start with Enrique.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. Welcome to District Con with yours truly. We have Enrique Lopez on the left of me, and he is a very talented artist, a great inker, and he also has an awesome show called Inking with Kike. But let me not explain it. Let me talk. Let's have Enrique talk to you about how you're doing today.
Oh man, I'm pretty good. It's awesome. You know, the Kickstarter is moving fast. It's going to go to good clips, so we're happy. So it's fun. It's nerve-wracking, but it's still a fun time. I haven't slept much. It's like just trying to get us through there, you know. But I think we're at the last I checked 73% after 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad, not too shabby. The analytics are saying that we should fund, you know, once you, because of certain levels you at, you know, like if you're at this point at this day, you're doing good. And we're already like for the week's amount of backers, we're like way beyond. It's like so
right.
Week. So like so yeah, you're good, because we always figured that the first 48 we should try to get a big chunk. But the John Endenfield, who's a creator of the project, he was like basically maybe we get 25, maybe 30 within the first week. We're like, okay. And then when we hit 50 the first day, we're like, okay.
Yeah, like the 50% within the first day, that is absolutely amazing. Like,
But I mean, but you know it. You know how much I've been pushing this thing on
yeah,
all my social medias and everywhere. It's not like it's all on me, you know. But it's the point is that we've been pushing it, all of us, you know, to try to get it out, to get information. Because there's the two schools that say that you really hit it once you launch, and the other school is like you start working it before. And I'm more of this, let's start working it before, so you have this big entry. Because once you get the projects we love, which we got on the very first day, almost on the just going into the second day, which is insane to get that out quickly. We knew then you're in that area when people say what projects are the cool ones now on that clicker.
yeah,
then you start showing up on there, and then automatically that adds in there.
oh yeah.
So it's been nice that we're in this position. So, but I would have liked to have been funded by today, but we're still working it. We're still working it.
Hey, you know what? But you're still getting a large amount of backers. You know, it is not easy to try to campaign such a big project like that, because what is the goal again? If you
12,000. It's 12,000 because it's 172 pages.
Yes.
Hardcover, you know. So it's one of those things that we all knew that it was going to be a tough challenge. Now, I've seen other Kickstarters out there that have like 5,000 and 6,000. And I go like, yeah, we did that already. You know, we would have had that, but that's a little tinier book, you know.
Right.
See, right now we have 194 backers and 74% funded. So we got 26 days to go. So we're looking pretty decent, I would say. We're looking pretty decent.
Wait, can we have the name of the title?
Yeah, Not So Fair Tales.
Yeah, Not So Fairy Tales.
Not So Fair Tales, not fairy, because Not So Fairy is a different thing. Yeah, so Not So Fair Tales, it's a Fracture Fairy Tale anthology. So it's like I said, we've been running with it for a while, and I'm really proud of it. It's my next step of my development as a writer, as a artist, because I started off in a smaller anthology, Stupendous, moved on to a little bit bigger and Horrendous, and now I moved on to this massive one, which has the list of artists is just off the chain. And
yeah.
And there's some art in there that's just blows you away. It just really gonna be well, if you download the preview that's available, even on the Kickstarter, you can actually get 40 pages for free. You see a wide array of different styles, and actually some of those stories are among the best in the book, especially the last one, one of the last ones you see there. So you're really looking at some great work and totally different artwork. It's good for the whole family. It is all ages. I was tempered a bit. my language is usually a little, and my scenes are a little bit more out there, and but I was able to get away with some of the stuff on one of my stories. There are only really 2 stories in there that are like scurrying that thin line of what are we looking at?
Right.
But that's the whole idea, you know, that, kids can read it and they'll like, oh, this is so funny. And the parents will go like, oh, I don't know. That's too funny. I don't know. Because let's not forget.
Right.
Looney Tunes, when they are extraordinarily violent, those cartoons were really violent. But it was like, the other day, my wife was telling, we're watching the show on Netflix about the way humans interact about something that when you see a video of a person falling down and getting hurt, you go like, oh my God. Oh. But if they put a laugh track, changes the mood immediately. People just like start cracking up and they think it's a joke because they gives you permission. So
right.
All of a sudden it says, oh, if everybody's laughing, that's mean it's cool. But otherwise you're horrified. So that's what I mean. So when you read these stories, all of them are good. Or like I said, 99% of them are actually kid friendly. Everything's fine. My takeout story, hide the kids for the last 3 pages, and then there's one more in there that you'll figure it out when you see it. And it's really cool. I mean, when you look at the pictures, you're like, man, this is so cool.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah,
But
because as soon as you told me, not only that I'm I'm a supporter, but I'm also a reader as well. So when I saw the Kickstarter, started reading through, and seeing the bullpen, including you, and then also looking at the pages that you guys sampled onto the story page, I instantly was just like,
yeah, I mean, like on the page,
all right.
on the campaign, you see everything. You see everything that's up there. Look, you got here. Who we have here? Like, just to give you an idea, Angela Odling. You got Russell Nolte with Nick Torres. You got Mike Connell and Kevin Marlowe, which are from Canada, did a great job. Joe Ryan, who's a local artist in this area as well. Myself, but then even in one of my stories, I have John Waller, who's from further down in Jersey, Sigmund Torre, who did work for DC, and Carlos Mangual, who's doing work for DC. So that one alone had like an all. I try to bring in like an all-star cast of artists to that one, and then of course my biggest thrill is when my daughter, 17 years old, making her pro debut, like
pro debut. Exactly. Getting to meet her back in DistrictCon, the first DistrictCon, it was awesome. She's very talented, and congratulations to her on not only starting her pro, her first book, but also she's going to FIT.
That is right. I mean, one of the coolest things is that she was very selective in the school she wanted to apply to. Because, like in my case, when my parents, I always think that my parents didn't think I was going to get accepted anywhere, because we applied to like 20 colleges and going, what is this thing? All I want to do is go to Ohio State, man. Look at that. What else? What do we want to do here? So, but for her, she chose only 5, and these were 5 top art schools. They all accepted her. So it's like,
so she had to
I'm not surprised.
She's good.
She's good. I mean, it's funny that last night I was talking on a show with a bunch of guys. We were talking about writing and stuff on the Written Writ, and I was mentioning that she got into an anthology recently that I didn't get into, and my story wasn't approved because they got so many submissions that they had to really cut it down. And like I say, when you work on anthologies, the editor and the creators of the anthology are going to go with those people they know and they feel comfortable with. Unless you go with, if you're somebody they don't know, if you come in like I did with an 8 or 10 page proposal, they're like, man, what if he craps the bed, man? Then we got to find out how to fill 8 or 10 pages.
Right.
But if I come in there and I go with a 2-page proposal, and they go like, well, if he craps the bed, well, it's only 2 pages. We can figure out how to put there, maybe a pin up and stuff. So what I told my daughter, she says, oh, I don't want to write a story. So just propose a pinup. I'll guarantee you'll get in. She got in. So she ended up doing a steampunk robots in like a convertible in the style of the 50s ads with for a perfume. And it's whimsical, fantastical.
That's awesome.
She sent it in, and then she said, she listened, this looks pretty good, right? Yeah. She sent it in as homework. Here, it's my homework. Here it is. I don't want to do here. I already did this one. You could go with that one. So let me see who else we got in here. The book, we got Jay Moores, Melissa Massey. She's in Canada right now. She's from Canada, but she lives in Germany right now. So we're like on 3 different continents, according to John. Labor of Love, which is Brent Fowler. And Lisa Moore, you should know. These are they have done the Last Embers and all that kind of stuff. And they're really, really popular. And then they got Cesar Gutierrez to do the artwork. It looks like a freaking Studio Gilby movie, man. It's so fantastical. So it's a great, and I'm just it's funny that I got sandwiched at the end. I'm like, I got my big story, Sociale Speculum, is the 3rd story from the end. It's like 3, 2, and then 1. I kind of end when my story brings it in, and then we hit them with the Studio Gilby one, and then John, who created, he says, no, I'm ending it. I said, okay, mine's the last one. I was like, okay. But so I'm like in a really nice, I'm like pulling up that final relay, here it is. You made it all the way to the end of the book. Here, you're these last two, they hit you in the face.
No.
And I was surprised he put me in that position, actually.
So how long did it take you to do those stories? Was it longer than Stupendous and
Horrendous? Stupendous and okay, let's start with the easy one. Horrendous, I had already done that story that I included for a proposal at one time, and the artist I was working with like bailed on me, never finished it. So I had about 50% of the pages, but they were not in the right format. They were in the format for comic. This was a magazine size, so I had to reformat them. I had to redo most of the artwork again, all of it. But that one was no lettering except a few sound effects that I put in there, all silent, because I wanted to. I like the idea of doing a story without any words, so people can. And they actually had captions at one time, and my daughter said, "No, you don't need them, so take them out." And it's totally silent except two sound effects. That's it. And that one was pretty quick in the sense of just setting up and redoing it. Stupendous had a different history. I had done the story, it was almost complete, illustrated wise. Okay, I was in the process of finishing the pencils when we got the pandemic shut down.
Yes.
And then at that time, John Muller, in this case, he's the creator of Stupendous, he came back to me because he felt that my story, good as it was too much of a downer. Because I wanted to write a story. I told him, I think when I proposed it to him was, when is a superhero story not a superhero story? And where does it turn into? And I wanted to go down that really dark path. And my wife hated the story. She hated it because she says, why do you have to go there? Why does this have to be this way? I'm like, why do you do this all the time? I'm like, I just think, I don't know, this is the way my mind works. And you should look at yourself, what's going on. But no, my wife is awesome. This is why I'm doing all this stuff, because she can lets me get away with this stuff. But the fact is, this was a very emotional story, very dark story. And John said, look, man, can we redo it? I said, dude, I'm not ready. I have to redo this 100%. He says, okay, you'll have more time, because for now, we're not going to do it on May. We don't know when. Get more time. So I went back to it, and that was really hard because I had to come up with a totally different story, totally different idea out from scratch. And I was struggling with the illustrations, and I got a buddy of mine, Eric Hernandez, to come in and pitch hit me on one page. And then he did such a great job on that one page, which he did in 30 minutes. I told him, this is what I want. And then he emailed me, here, this is what I got. Going, what?
Sometimes that happens. Like, you find the right artist who can read the script and comprehend it, and then they just knock it right out of the park. And
his explanation for it was, you gave me your first 3 pages, you gave me the layout for the page you wanted me to do, and I was like, this goes here, this goes here. Okay, bam. I didn't have to think about it, just put it out there. Right. So I go like, well, next page is a splash page I'm thinking about doing, because I didn't want to have to do a lot of art. So I'm thinking about this. Can you do since you changed the character a little bit in the size, can you do me a proportional thing? No, he does a whole other page. He does all this stuff. And I'm like, all right, let's do what we do here. And then I actually told him, okay, we're going to move this here, and I'll fix it in Photoshop. We're all good. So in a little afternoon, we got 2 pages done. Right. So I was able to get it done.
That was awesome. Let me ask you, so you got close to 2 pages done. How quick are you able to turn out a page?
If we're talking about writing, it's a lot easier than for me to, and if it's inking in a day, it depends on how complex. I'm inking really easy. Drawing it is different. I just finished about a month ago. I handed in for another anthology. It's called the Fletcher Cross Anthology, which is about this time traveler. And I found out again really late about it, which is usual. But the reason I found out is that somebody tapped me, that they knew me from somewhere else. They say, look, we need some 1-pagers. Just 1 page that we need, because we want to use those as for the anthology without revealing too much of the stories, but then we're going to include them in the anthology. So you'll get a copy of it. Okay, so all right. So what do you need me to write? No. You need to write anything. It's written. Just choose one of these scripts. You're like, ooh, wait a minute. I don't have to write it. It's interesting. I'm actually working this. I've never illustrated something I didn't write. So I was like, okay, let's go with it. So I choose. What do I choose? Yeah, let's do some space robots fighting in space. Yeah, that's my baby. And I went with that. And I did really quick layout. I did it in my, I actually put it away already because I'm taking it tomorrow to the convention in my sketchbook. And let me see if I can pull it. It's not too far from me. And then I did a real quick layout. I did a real quick layout. And then I just took a picture of it, sent it through the Discord, and they were like, bro, that's freaking awesome. Do it. Go with it. And I was like, okay. So I ended up doing that real quick. Yeah, here it is. And it was like, it's really simple because I was looking at a page. All I did was that.
Wow.
Real quick. Oh. And they love the way I came up with the explosion. And they're like, because they say there's an explosion. That's all they wrote. And I said, okay, how about this? And they were like, yeah, man, that works. And I'm like, yeah. And so it doesn't look this way in the book anymore because now what I did, they had a little robot being hit. So right. What I did now is that the first two are like blobs, and then you see the first one coming in with this space sword that I invented because there was no descriptions. And the guy was the writer told me later that because I told him nobody he hadn't contacted me. I said, what am I going to do? I don't need to know what the design are. Somebody said, do whatever. I said, fine. So I did samurais. Okay. So they got the little stuff, they look like little stuff in space. So when the hit happens, it's actually a full panel in the middle, and you see the sword, and you see the other one bouncing back, and there's all this sparks flying, and there's a button being called eject, and then on the bottom you see the explosion of the little bulb getting out of the wow. And that's where the guy says, "Whoo, that was cool. Let me get out of here." And then the only thing I didn't like about it, and it was hard for me to do, was they wanted to use a 1950s color palette. I was like, man, those colors came out so pink. I was like, the red's too pink and everything. I was like, but okay, you guys want that? There it is.
Oh my goodness.
But it's they were happy with it. I'm like, cool. So now I'm being tapped in maybe into something else they'll do eventually, so you never know. Which is what somebody asked me the other day. They were struggling to get into anthologies. And he says, how you're doing it? It says, man, the thing is with anthologies is if you are first, you got to find the right group. All right. And once you find a group, then you can prove yourself and get additional stuff happening. Because when I did Stupendous, my first pages, there were little, I honestly look at it, I go like, I cringe because I look at it, oh man, they're not that clean. A little grimy hair. I didn't do all the panels were done with my hand, like ruler. They were like off. I'm like, oh, we're not doing that. But Horrendous, I have to. Okay, now we do digital, and now I put everything as digital, and all the panels are perfect. Everything's like, and I go, okay, this looks better. Still not great, but it looks better.
Now, my question is, do you feel like you have to like push up? You have to push a lot more drawing and telling storytelling wise when it comes to doing the anthology because you only have a limited amount of pages, or do you just know how to do it and you just kind of go with it?
No, man, if I knew how to do it, it'd be a lot easier. No, one of the main reasons I've always gone with the maximum amount of pages is because it makes, at least I feel like I have enough rope that I can use and I can always condense instead of going from really tiny saying, how do I fit stuff? But for these three, I was given the full 10 pages of each of them, which was great. And even then on Socialis, I felt that I needed 2 more pages than I had. And so I had to sacrifice. I say, what scene is going to get cut? This one or that one? Because it can't both be, because there's just an aesthetic that I use for that is totally, I mean, when you get to see that story once it's published, people are not going to understand exactly what they're looking at for a while. It'll take them a second read, because what I did with the paneling is the sign of a guy who was desperate, trying to figure out how to get this story done in an amount of time. I was running out of time, and thinking it's not working. What? And then all of a sudden, I did one crazy thing. Let me put these two things here. Ooh, wait a minute. Let me try that. Oh, it works on this page. Oh, it works on that page. Okay. And the thing is that I drew. I have a really terrible way of drawing, of doing this one here. The one I showed you here is one of the few pages I actually do the size of it and do the page, all the art on that page. For every story I did here that I did artwork, not inking, artwork on, it was just Takeout and Sociales, because on Jaco I didn't do any art, just inked. On every one of them, every panel is actually a 9x2 illustration that I integrate using the Photoshop. Why? Because I want to make them big so I could go in there and then bring them down into size, color them clean, and then make all this work here. Because I've noticed that my hands, to start, and then it becomes a pain in the ass when I try to, what? Look at all this garbage I got to clean on the Photoshop later for coloring. So I'm thinking, no, I'll do each of them individually. That way I can keep all the dirt away, and it's working great. So I had this story for Sociales with all these elements that I'm looking at. Like they're all back there in this huge folder, because each page had like multiple elements, and I'm thinking, what can I take out of here? What I can take out? And then all of a sudden it hit. Everybody who's read it and I've gotten a chance to look at it are like, bro, it's like, what was it? I think James Avila said is like this innovative, totally different styling of panel work. It's like will take you aback. You're like, what is this? That is so different from what we're normally seeing.
Right.
But one of the person, Becky Fuller, did me a really good review of that story. For me, that's Sociales Speculum is Latin. If you Google it, you'll find out exactly what it means. You okay?
Oh no, I thought I heard never mind. I'm sorry. I thought I heard someone yelling. But
okay, and so what happens is that Sociales Speculum is Latin, so I'm gonna let people Google it later. But this was a story, very hard story. It took me multiple drafts to get to. Also, to get to be in print to this point is also that I approached about half a dozen artists. None of them wanted to touch it for different reasons. One, I'm not doing it for free. You got to pay me more. I'm too busy. Not my cup of tea. Hundreds of things, and they're all great friends and stuff. Nobody wanted to touch it. Until one guy did, and he was going to do it, and then all of a sudden, like a few months before, I couldn't find him. I couldn't find him. So I ended up panicking and saying, well, now what am I going to do? And trying to figure out how to get to it. And I told the guy, look, we may have to cut this one because I don't know what I'm going to do. He says, I don't want you to cut that one. That is your best story. You gotta do it, man. You have to get this one done. Figure it out. So I decided to do it in black and white. And he goes like, what? What's the problem? Everything's in color, man. It's gonna be a big. It's gonna be like, hey,
yeah. It's the one that's gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. And he was like, and I said, well, the captions are gonna be color. He goes like. So I talked to Ryan Kraboth and I said, dude, need help. What do you think? He said, show me what you got. And I showed him the first page. He was like, that color works. That palette, if you can follow that through the rest, you'll be golden. Go with it. And I did. And I ended up doing it, following that very simple. When I look at it now, I go like, oh God, if I had more time, I would have detailed more stuff. But yesterday, and when we were on the talking with John, he told me that when you sent in the story at the end, finally, absolutely your art is not the best you have in the book. It's not the best, but this could probably be the best story because the story is so strong is that the
It-
artwork
it
is just
takes
there.
away from-
It just there to help you guide you through the story. You know, it's not a deterrent. You know, because he says you can have some great art and be crappy story. Happens a lot.
Oh, yeah, it happens a whole
You know,
lot. You
and
know,
so,
like,
and he goes like, here you have your style. You may consider yourself not, it's good for what you did. And I think it's like of all three of your stories, that is the one, you know, that is the one. That's why it's in that spot, you know, like, and it's one of those things that like it may rub a few people if once they understand what it's about. And like the way I gave it a look, I call it looking at a modern problem through tale from the past. And it's just that way to getting to this stuff. And when I tell people to give them an idea, you're talking to a guy who's son of immigrants, is Hispanic, and all that's been going on in the world lately and stuff, you know, that really got to me. You know, I mean, the situation we saw in January was horrific for me. I mean, I couldn't deal with it, you know, and so all these things I were at this moment on my surface, and I said, this is it, you know, and I wrote this. I mean, I knew the ending first. I was telling that I usually write from the back to the front, because I usually have the endings first, and I go like, that's what it is. And then I figure out what happened. Why did we get there? And that's the journey. I got to figure out how everything interconnect. Some have the beginning and the end, but I don't know what's in the middle. But most of the time, I have the ending. Here it is. Boom. And I'm all like, wow, how do we get there? How do we get there? The characters, everything was as is. Only thing was changed was a few scenes and how I got the whole thing to go, because this one was written like a song. I wanted it to have a tempo that you would feel it in different moments. When you read it, you have this feel, that's why Carlos was so great, because when you look at the way it's run, because there is a rhyme, one of the characters talks in verses at times, so you feel like it's almost musical, and it's like trying to get it there. So I mean, I'm overselling it probably, but
no, because I definitely know what you mean.
It's an important story for me.
You know, when I make my stories and like when I create, I kind of make it like a song. Like, you know, it's just like this issue is like this song for this album, and there's just a certain way that I want it to go. I want it. Sometimes it's on a high note, excuse me, and sometimes it's on a low note. And then when I get to that bridge of that particular song, and then I end it very strong, or I try to end very strong. And
for me, the best pages of the book of the story is that first page really captures the sense I wanted to of this dark alley, and you don't know what's going on yet. You hear this voice talking about stuff, and the ending, especially page 9 and page 10, even the colors, I liked it so much. And the thing is, I can't do that as a printer, because I give away the ending. So but the thing is that even my daughter was like, not bad. Not bad. It looks really good. I like that one. I like those characters, how they look.
Yeah.
So and so it was really a labor for me to get there. But I think from what people have said to me and talked to me about, it's just humbling, and so I'm really happy. The other two are just a lot of fun. Like Jocko is my ode to the 80s movies and action movies. You know, it's got everything we want: guns, shooting, a lot of action, blowing, explosions everywhere, even a monster. So I mean, that one is just a lot of fun. That's just a lot of fun. And Takeout is definitely this is what if Dr. Seuss was on acid, basically. That's my story. That's how I started off like Dr. Seuss and ended like Creepshow, basically. It is, and I'm hoping some people will pick up some of the little things I put in there. Nobody has. That's fun. I already talked to some people. You didn't notice that? No, I didn't notice that. I go like, mine must be over everybody's head because nobody's picking it up. I mean, it's so subtle. But then again, there was a page in there that the editor, the creator, John and I discussed at length, because the old ages part. And I said, I want this in here. He goes like, bro. I mean, look, okay, you know that PG-13, you can see some stuff.
Yeah.
I don't care. So I said, okay, this is how it's going to look if I put captions over those spots. He was like, that looks like crap. Okay, so we're in agreement. No, we're not in agreement. So, okay. So I'm like, so what do you do? Take a line out. And by taking one line out, he was like, okay, that'll work out.
Yeah.
And once people see that one line get out and go like,
sometimes all it takes is that one little line, and that's it.
It's like, okay,
everything's fine.
Everything that's good.
But yeah, we just ran out of time. But
already?
Yeah.
All right. But anyway,
you wanna
the Kickstarter's up. It's on once again, it's Not So Fair Tales here on Kickstarter. It's in the projects we love. All you gotta do is search for it, Not So Fair Tales. You'll find it immediately. You can go to my Instagram or my link tree. You'll find a links directly to it. So hopefully by the time you all see this, you'll be well ahead of where we want to be. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm telling you, you cannot beat the price right now. It was cheaper the first 48 hours, so now you get it for $40. But even though $40 seems like ooh, but you get 172 pages hardcover, and shipping is included.
Right.
Okay, so really you're paying only $30.
No, yeah, that's perfect.
Shipping is usually around $10 for a hardcover. And
with that many pages, you're definitely getting a sweet deal out of this.
It's a good deal. And if you go to other tiers, there actually you can get some additional stuff. And right now, we're doing backer rewards, so we're already going to get everybody who backs is going to get 6 books, digital books already, comics, in addition to this. So and when you pledge either digitally or the book, you also get a digital DRM free PDF of the whole story. So you get digital. If you're like into digital, you're going to get a whole bunch of stuff coming at you if you pledge. So even because the digital is only 15, and it's like you're getting a big amount of a lot of pages for $15. It's a really good deal.
That is awesome. And also I wanted to ask you where they can find you on your show.
What show?
Inking with Kike.
Okay, Inking we do it on my Facebook live page. It's on Art by Kike. You can find me there. You can also I also stream it on Instagram at times under art_by_Kike, and every Wednesday at 8 p.m. All right. Next week I have Jay Moore, who is one of the artists from this, and in 2 weeks from now, this gentleman here will be on with me for my anniversary show. We're going to be already my first year. I'm going to have him, Keith Williams, on John Oniger, Tom Travers, and Becky Fuller. I would love to bring more people, but my streamer only lets me up to 5 or 6. So I'm like, because I would fill it up and not be able to have a real party. So that'll be in 2 weeks. So and if you're in the New Jersey area, starting tomorrow, I'm in the Garden State Comic Fest at Mill in the Jersey Gardens. Okay, that's right next to the airport. So when you guys see this, it'll be a good time. Maybe on Sunday you can come on by.
Oh yeah, please do. Please come and visit Kike, and please back his Kickstarter. How many days? You said 3 days so far?
Yeah, it's been 4 days, a little bit like 4 days.
4 days.
Yeah, and right now the latest says that we are at 194 backers and 74%. So it was looking good. I mean, for 4 days, it's looking really good, especially when you consider the pricing of this project and everything. And like I said, another thing, the project is 100% done. It's not like, oh, wait, now you got to wait like 3 months while we wait for the colors.
Right.
No. It's
done.
Once we get the money,
everything,
it's off and running. So this book
that's the way to do it.
Should be in the backer's hand by end of October.
Oh,
end of October. So it's a great gift.
What about
nowadays?
What about digital?
Digital will actually be out in July, end of July. digitals will be out in the end of July. So you get the
Right.
digital before you get the actual book. So anybody who
awesome.
goes digital is going to be enjoying it a lot earlier. And if you buy the book, you're going to get your digital and be able to enjoy it before you actually get that nice little.
The good book smell.
Yeah, like, yeah, the book
the
smell,
new
yeah.
book smell. But yeah. Thank you for coming by and taking the time out to talk with me.
Like I said, I wish I could have done the show with you live and stuff, but it's like my other comp, I was already had
Yeah.
a commitment to the other one. But hoping next year we do it live, man. We
Oh
go over
no,
there
I mean live. I'm talking about in
right,
person where we do a
Yeah.
panel, live
as long as I don't
panels
have
and
to, as long as I don't have to
inking
climb
and
three flights of stairs, we're good.
drawing. Right? No, that won't happen again. Next time, ramps, and we're gonna have people helping you with the equipment as well.
No, I kid about that, but the thing is that the pandemic is I gained like 40 something pounds, and I'm using a trainer and a nutritionist because I'm like
Really?
because I used to be one of the a lot of those slender dudes. Now you're gonna say hi to me, you're like, hey, how you doing?
No,
I've gained a lot, but I'm already dropping a few pounds, so I won't be in con shape until another month or so. But hey, we're working at it.
like I was taking off the pounds back in February. I was like almost 220, and then like close to 220. I was at least 218, and I saw that and I was like, no, I can't. So I started going back to the gym and started working out. And
You're overweight. You're saying you gained pounds. You're at 220. That was my normal weight, 220, but I'm 6'2".
but
So I was like,
I'm
okay.
5'11", and
All right.
that.
But now I
Oh.
ballooned up to 265. I'm like, dude, I gotta. It's like, it's like the other, and it's funny because my trainer today was telling me like, hey, and she's from Germany. She's like, yes, I can see your face. It's looking better. So, I shaved my head, so maybe that's what it is. I don't think I'm lost that much since last week. Anyway, but it's at least I'm trying to get it down there again.
Yeah, man.
And the problem is was all the foods you eat at home and
When you eat at home, it's a whole different feeling. Like, it sticks with you, just like family. It's attached to the hip. And no, I'm serious. Like, like fast food and whatever, it's like it goes right through you. You're hungry again in an hour or some sort. But with home cooked meals, something about
especially
it.
the breakfast. I'm doing my own
Yes.
breakfast again and stuff, and it's doing good. So anyway, buddy, a lot of success for you this show, man. Hope it was really good. It's great.
Thank you very much, and same to you,
I'll
man.
see you in a few weeks.
All right, see you
Take care, man.
later. All right, so that was Kike Lopez with that interview that
A hot mess.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. How great was that interview?
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. Like, it's always a great time talking to Enrique.
Right.
And we can talk for hours. Like, he's a really great artist. And,
Notorious Buddies says COVID chunkiness. I think we all definitely put on like a COVID
yeah,
20.
the COVID 20 and plus.
But like you said, we got awesome stuff in store for you guys. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break to set up for our next interview.
Okay. All right.
up, folks? Name's Cool as Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self-publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this.
No, I must not succumb to temptation.
Nah, buddy, you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble now.
It's legal.
Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell peeing pies.
bitch is homeless before you can get me in the 80s.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to District Con 2. We had Enrique on the first panel, and now we have Troy Collins from Carniverse Hero Comics.
Yes, sir.
And we also have Stefan McFarlane.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey.
All right. So, guys, tell me about Hero Comics, Carniverse, and also the Shamanic Ape.
Okay, so again, Troy Collins and Stefan McFarlane. Stefan's actually spelled with an F.
Oh.
But, you know, it's all good. I just wanted to say, though, Sunny Hayes is my character, and that's me. Shamanic Ape is a lot of difficult nameage here, so I just wanted to clear that up real quick. Sunny Hayes is me. Shamanic Ape is Tony Drew, and Stefan McFarlane. We're also writers. We're a writing team.
Right.
Hero Projects, they procure the other components because, you know, it takes a lot. As you can, you know, your studio is beautiful, so you guys obviously work with people. So it takes that kind of team, and I want to give everybody credit. Shout out to Hero Projects. Heavy Metal picked us up for publishing.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Holy crap.
3-book deal.
Sweet.
And this is issue 0 of that series, that catalog, Carniverse Saga.
So that like talking to you off stage and everything, and getting an idea of where did you guys come from and why I haven't met you guys yet. But and odd. I'm so happy that like I decided, all right, yo, come in. It doesn't matter.
Appreciate it, man. Like, seriously.
I had no idea. So all of this is a surprise to me. I love heavy metal.
Yeah.
You have like one of my favorite colorists on your book, DC Alonso. Shout out to him.
Shout out to DC.
He's done a couple of my works, and nice. It's just awesome.
Nice.
To have you guys on. So like, tell me more. Let's not talk about me.
No, man, please, because you're, like I said, I wanted to get your comic book. Because you guys have a few titles.
Yeah, we have 2 titles right now: Home and Worlds Beyond and
yes,
Euphoria.
Yes, sir.
But we have 2 other titles coming up very soon this year, called Night Shift and Reshift.
Ooh.
Yeah, and we just did we're doing a Kickstarter now, but yeah, no, let continue.
Okay. Well, right. So, just to give you a little background about who we are and why I was like harping about the names and stuff. I worked with Tony in Japan. I met Tony when I went to Japan. He's a former military guy, and so am I. And then, you know, Casper and I, Stefan and I worked through music. I don't know if he wants to talk about that brand or not, but give him that chance.
You wanna talk how you got into comics and music and so on and so forth?
Well, I got into comics through meeting Sonny. We was working in music. Through working in music, we was helping other artists, like, kind of find their way and figure things out as well. And Tony Drew, Shamanic AP is also an artist himself. He does EDM. So
great.
we was working with him doing that, focusing on like his EDM, trying to figure out ways to promote his music through that. And by working on the music, we figured out comics and other things besides music is the way to make music work.
Right.
That's dope. That's very dope.
Because Stefan's is an A&R, like by trade. So he was A&R for hip hop mostly, and that's how we started working together. Went on tour, about seven cities? I
Like
can't
7
remember,
states,
but
a few cities.
we did a decent music tour with a few artists, a live band, and then I really fell in love with his ability to understand the music, the artist, and then like their story and how it comes together. So at that point, I was like, you know what? Let's start working together closer. He has another comic book idea. I was working on another comic book idea. And Tony Drew and I was about to go on a music tour because Tony's band, his former band, toured England, not just England, Europe. They toured Europe. They did like Holland, a whole bunch of stuff for a comic-based franchise. Like the whole con that they headlined at was called High Tech Low Life, which was the name of their band.
That's dope.
So it was dope. And then I started passing him EDM and different kinds of music, like kind of broadening his catalog and understanding of music. Because I was at the same time learning a lot from Tony. I was understudying him while we were working on No Great Thing, the album, in Japan at Neo Koza Studios. And shout out to Jason and everybody involved with Neo Koza.
Awesome. So all right. That was a lot to take
Right,
in.
I'm sorry.
No,
folks I
not
wanna
bad,
shout out.
not bad. I'm like, I did not expect all of this. This is awesome. So, which one of you guys said like, yo, let's just get into comics. Let's do this. I want to do comics. Are you guys like?
We hit
frequent?
it. It hit like at an intersection, bro. It was like I had an idea, he had the idea, and Tony was already kind of doing it. So then we just moved it all together, and we said, let's buckle down. What can we all commit to? Because we're all so different.
Right.
So we was like, let's write about ourselves. Like, let's put ourselves into the stories.
Yeah.
So that's the Sunny Hayes character. That's the Shamanic Ape character.
Okay.
And
So-
Stefan's is coming after issue 1.
Okay, so Carniverse is a universe of all three of you.
Yes, and more.
And more.
Yes.
Holy, wow. All right, where do I start? All right, let's talk about Sunny Hayes. Let's start
For
with
sure.
Sunny Hayes.
Okay. So Sunny Hayes is a USTTA agent in the book, and he's able to do these things called patches, and that's when history is like messed up and it wants to change because somebody did something bad. Like, let's say, I don't want to get too much into the story.
All right.
But I do want to tell you about the texture of Sunny Hayes' world. So let's say Sunny Hayes is sent back to the civil rights era, and his job is to stop the assassination. If he fails, he can be extracted and try again. But every time he tries, it gets harder.
That's awesome.
So
I picture a whole lot of different movies and concepts, and I like flipping through the pages and actually trying to do as much homework as I possibly can take in. And can we show a few images of your book? All right. Yeah. So trying to get the homework down and try to figure you guys out. I realized it was like I have no idea what I just stepped into.
Oh man, thanks.
And it is absolutely wonderful to see that like you guys are not only taking in music, but you guys are also diving in the world of comics, and you guys are doing it
Right.
lovely. Visually, it's outstanding.
Thanks, man. And hearing that from you means a lot because, like, you guys are seriously, like, it's like I see, like, you guys like Titan that's pulling the world together.
Oh, no.
That's what I see with Divided Districts, bro. That's why I like your name, the image, everything's cool, bro.
Yeah, we're just trying to do a little something different. Just trying to bring everyone together. You know, we don't, like, it doesn't have to be, like, yeah, this page right here. Absolutely wonderful. You want to talk to me about this page?
For sure, man. So this page is actually the transition page from the historical patch that I mentioned. You can see I'm wearing like the Black Panther garb.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to Admiral Lau, which is my wife's maiden name.
Oh.
So I mean, too much information maybe, but yeah. So I threw my wife in there.
And hey, why not? Why not? Like, how should I put? She's a part of you, right? You know, like Jody's a part of me. Like, so I want her involved in everything I do if she wants to. Like, so that's pretty much the goal. You know, let's be a team.
Right.
Word.
Right. So she sends me to go find Shamanic Ape.
All right.
Who is a DJ now? I had to mention that because this comic is music based, like Stefan mentioned.
Definitely. Like, I don't know if. So what about this page? This is also from.
This is a heavy page.
Yes.
It's a heavy page. It's from a mental attack deployed by his arch nemesis. You caught him right about to try to save his best friend, his best female friend. He gets hit with the psychic attack, the mental attack, and it's not psychic as in like telepathy or anything. It's psychic as in control. Like this bad guy has control of this universe.
Right.
We're all just kind of trying to figure it out, you know, and get through, get home. But so he's about to go save Sherry. He gets this premonition, which is put into his mind through the mental attack, and that split second causes him to lose sight of her. And you can read the rest of the book to see what happens.
Oh, I cannot wait. So Stefan, let's talk about your book, man. Let's talk about your book. I know that it's coming soon. Can you give us a little something that we can hang on to until that time comes? Because we're definitely coming back for some more.
Well, I'll say first before the book, it's like you'll see my character into the story. So about my character be kind of fitting in the name of Casper a little bit, of like mysterious, elusive, but also with a good cause. Right. So just with unorthodox ways to go about it.
Awesome.
So you'll have to like look for my character in the creases of the book. I'll put it that way.
Oh man,
Dope.
Well put, bro.
Definitely well put. Do you guys have any like big influences that makes your book that helps you bring in the texture of Hero Comics and the Carniverse?
Man. So before I get like all grabby with this, I'm gonna shout out everybody on the cover, man.
Absolutely, go for it.
There's no way we could have done this without these guys.
Absolutely.
So shout out to Matt Medney. You know, that's the CEO of Heavy Metal, and I believe he's the CEO of Hero Projects as well. I'm not sure, but shout to Morgan Rosenblum. He is also a high-level exec at those companies. Voodoo Browns, I think y'all know him. He's done stuff for like Deadmau5 and stuff like that. Myself, Tony Drew, Stefan, we wrote it. We're the writers. Tony's the editor. Jose Juaro and DC Alonso, that's lettering and colors. And man, without these guys, without this company, there's no way we could have got this idea fleshed out as far, as deep, and as wide and as textured as we could, as fast as we could. Because this was probably, Steph, like a year turnaround?
A little less.
A little less, right? Like we were full gear in Japan,
right,
touring music.
Right. I was talking with you maybe around this time last year, and my digital release just came out, and you popped up.
Yeah, bro.
Had no idea who you were, but
but like it was just cool that someone reached out to me from Japan, because that is my dream go-to place.
Man, you gotta come, bro.
Yeah, I definitely want
You know what
to.
did it for me though? Seeing you show your process and show that, like, yo, this is from my hands to your eyes, and every step you gonna see that. Like, not every step, but like you gonna see it growth, and it's independent. It's like, but you didn't just like make a book. Like we're making books. Like you're making the space for these books.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you. Yeah. You know, like, you know, if it wasn't for creators like you guys, I probably wouldn't have done this at all, or Jody. You know, there's no fun if ain't no fun if the homies can't come, right?
Right.
Exactly. But pretty much what what I was trying to get into is that, like, we talked and he was just like, oh, if, you know, we're gonna have a comic book company out here in the U.S. Very soon, and just wanted to let you guys know, like, if you would like to, and you invited me to that, and then I was like, when are you coming back to the U.S.? He goes, when COVID subsides.
Right.
All of a sudden, comic books were out. I was like, holy snap, he wasn't kidding.
it was a process, man, and it's everybody involved that I mentioned, you know.
You know, like, so what was that process like? What was like working with the people from Heavy Metal Guys?
Man, talk about elevating your game, dude. So I'm a writer, right? Like I write music, I write short films, and I dabbled in a few feature lengths. I actually wrote my first feature length by hand. My hands were so tired.
Yeah.
So yeah, I write a lot. My mom, let me shout to my moms, bro. Let me give my moms a shout out.
Give moms a shout out.
My mom's is dope. She used to read me The Stand when I was a kid.
What?
Stuff like that, like heavy books, big books. So I was always good at writing. I processed my emotions through writing. So I wrote a lot. So I give these guys like a lot of content, written form.
Yeah.
And they come back with these like almost spot on. Like the first try was like, oh, okay, these guys are really good, you know? And then it was like, the closer we got, the more they hit the nail on the head in a good way. And the process took a while, you know. It was give and take, because they're trying to extract something. Tony says it like, Steph and we're trying to grab as much as we can from that stream of creativity.
Right.
And we get as much as we can. It's like jumping into the ocean and trying to get as much water as you can when we come back onto the boat without buckets. And then what we get, Tony makes it make sense. Like he edits it, he puts it, because sometimes, you know, it's about how you tell your story. Some people, like my brother-in-law, he doesn't like chronological told stories, like when they go back.
Right.
You seen Jupiter's Legacy?
Yeah.
Like that.
Oh my
he
goodness.
He didn't like it because of the backwards flashbacks.
No, I think, all right, to get into Jupiter's Legacy, what they did, all they did was just put in Jupiter's Legacy and Jupiter Circle and meshed it into one, so it fluently made sense for the viewer. And I thought it was
good too.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Sorry, Uncle Joe. I thought it was good too, man.
Yeah, like it made sense to me. Well, only because we read it. You know, like give it to someone, give that show to someone who didn't read it, and they were like, "What is going on?" But even then, that was for someone who didn't read the books. I think.
Right.
You know, because they wouldn't have put 2 and 2 together.
It was fluid.
Yeah, it was nice. You know, like, could it had a little bit more oomph like The Boys?
Nah, don't.
I mean, like, now I'm just
right.
Now
we're nitpicking.
Yeah. Because I enjoyed it. I watched it all the way through.
Really good.
Never mind. I enjoyed that.
And it was proper too.
Apologies.
Right, that's all good, brother.
But you know.
Yeah. So that's how it was like working with the guys, man. It was like they put us. They kept challenging us, but they kept us satisfied, like and beyond satisfied.
No, and that's what we all need, right? We need challenges, and we need someone to get us in tune with sharpening steel.
Right. Steel sharpens steel, brother.
Exactly. So once you become sharpened, you hire someone else, and you have to sharpen their steel.
Right.
Because you know, you only get so much experience, and you only get so much knowledge from doing the things you do. From like pros, like from who's been doing it for years, way before we both were born, or even around the same time. Like me being a fan of heavy metal, and just reading the short stories.
You like Image?
I love Image. I'm a big Image fan. Hence why I like Divide District. It's like I emulate some of the things that Image does.
Nice, man.
And I put it within
within
our company.
So that's like your inspiration.
No secret.
Right.
No cap.
Right. That's what's up, bro. Thank you.
But yeah, guys, you want to tell them where they can find you?
Right. Check out carniverse.com. That's www.carniverse.com. CARNY. Myself is Sunny Hayes 2for1 on Insta.
Oh yeah.
Casper411_ for me.
All right, guys, thank you so much for stopping in and actually talking with me, and then showing me these lovely books. And these are like, whew, my goodness, took my breath away.
Man, thanks for the hospitality.
No problem.
Professionalism, brother.
Word. All right, guys, thank you. So next up is, hold on. We have Night and Day Anime. Kelly Gordon. Stay tuned for that. We're going to take a little break. It's all good.
folks. Name's Cool as Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self-publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this. No, I must not succumb to temptation. Nah, brother, you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble now.
It's legal.
Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell peeing pies.
bitches homeless before you can give me the eight.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
All right, so we're back. We just got back with Troy Collins and Stefan McFarlane from Heroes Comics and Carniverse. It was an awesome interview.
Amazing. Like, I was sitting from the sidelines like, what?
Oh, I had no idea that he was like, hey.
You see, you never know who's in your backyard.
Yep. It's
Never know.
Crazy. But now we have Night and Day Anime, Kelly Gordon, Mikhail Supreme on with us. Can we get a shot of him? Oh,
Hey,
Kelly
hello,
Gordon,
hello.
What's going on, man?
Hello. How are you doing?
We're good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. So, I've been enjoying the panels. I've been all weekend long yesterday. I loved the game guy in the beginning. And Blowtorch with the that was awesome. And having some great guests even before. That's awesome.
You were breaking up there a little bit, Kelly.
Okay, you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
All right. Yeah, what I'm saying is, I was praising you guys on such a successful event today and yesterday.
Thank you so much. Can you center yourself a little bit more in the shot?
Let me see here.
There we go. That's
All right.
perfect.
All right.
But thank you so much for tuning into the show. That means a lot.
You know,
Thank you.
So you want to tell everybody about yourself? Like you have like a long list of catalogs that people need to know about you out here in these streets. So.
Most definitely.
Well, yeah. In my college man who wears a hat. Where I could begin? I'm an artist, a freelance. I'm a
1 second, Kelly.
2 seconds.
2 seconds, Kelly. 1 second. Should we have him call in again? Go out and come back in again because you're still breaking up a little bit.
All right, so we're having a bit of technical difficulties.
It
It's all
happens.
good,
It's okay.
You know? Like we can't be perfect.
Right, we can't be.
But yeah, no. So when he comes back in, we're gonna definitely talk about his books and everything that he does within the community, and we're gonna talk about his art career and stuff. It is crazy what this guy does.
Hey, he's back.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
That's yes.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Because we want to hear what you're saying.
All right, there we go. I just want to get a little. All right. There we go.
All right.
Do you have headphones by chance? Maybe that's what's going on.
Wish I did off on an iPhone. So
okay.
I can use these. Be a slight.
Maybe that might help.
All right, let's see here. Oh wait, yeah, it's a long. I was on Friday and listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right, he's
Okay.
gonna. All right.
So we shall see.
All right.
But when this phone dies, do district on this.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
See here.
Okay, let's see.
How's everything going?
Can you hear me?
Check, check.
Check 1 2.
There we go. It
All
sounds
right.
it sounds like it's coming through.
All right, and everything's fine now.
Okay, yes.
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, apologize for that. And,
No, it's all good.
It happens.
Yeah.
That's why we were
the way of working live.
Yep. That. Yeah, we're live, so that's going to definitely happen. You're absolutely right. So yeah, tell us about you.
All right, good. All right, yeah. So like I mentioned, I'm a man of many hats, and I'm an artist. I'm a freelancer. I'm an art director. I self-publish my own comic books, and I am an arts and craft maker, and I'm a teacher. What else? I also am a con goer. I also make my own conventions. So
You want to
it's,
talk about MCOM?
Oh well, MCon. Yeah, I just had MCon this past May 15th. It's been an ongoing event that I have done, published through the East Meadow Public Library,
Right.
and it's been ongoing for over 10 years.
That's amazing.
That is absolutely amazing. And how we met was through New York Comic Con, and he invited me
correct.
to MCOM, but hopefully next year.
Yes, not hopefully. Next
Well,
year.
not hopefully. Yeah,
Yes, next year.
next year we're definitely coming in to be a part of your show because it's been way
better.
too long.
Yes.
Yes. So let's start by talking about Night and Day Anime.
All right. Well, Night and Day Anime was established back in, I'd say, 2007, 2006. So it's been around for a while. Right after I started doing workshops for kids and teenagers and whatnot, and doing the convention thing. And it all started with writing at first. Me and Jay Scribble, we were doing a lot of writing and writing stories, doing a lot of drawing illustrations. And before that, we were going to like anime fest and conventions. So we were like, you know what? Why not we do the same thing?
Right. No, that's,
yeah.
That's awesome. Like I was just saying from the last panel, like, when you have someone who shares the same interests as you don't separate the two. You come together and you make the teamwork dream work thing
Exactly. Teamwork make the dream work.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, like looking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Looking at over the years of you building up your characters like Just Blaze and Rainstar, it has had such a great build to where like you can definitely see the growth within both characters. And I'm still kind of waiting on issue 3 for Just Blaze. Just saying. Just saying.
You know what's funny? My son asked me that just this morning when I was looking through my books here. I wanted to show it off on the screen.
Yes.
And and then we have my wife's book here, Rainstar.
Do we have it?
Yeah, we have issue 1 and
Yeah.
2 of both Rainstar and Just Blaze.
This
But
one is book 3. Rainstar?
I definitely want to know your influences on Just Blaze first, because
Before we go into that, I want to show you something really sweet, my friend.
Oh,
right.
yes, please do.
Please do.
Share.
All right, hopefully it looks well on the screen here. I was working on this last night.
Is it what I think it is?
Well, I wanted to do like a page panel with Just Blaze, meaning your character, Alina.
I see that. Can you pull the camera back a little bit?
Let's see here. How that looks.
Oh, that's...
Wait.
There we go. That's
There
better.
it is. Wow.
I knew it instantly once I saw the dreads. And the shirt.
So I have the
Losers.
like, I think he has like the tentacles coming out of his mouth there. In the
Yeah.
panel. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh,
And
that's
then
awesome.
It's like she's trapped. Yeah, she's supposed to be trapped in some kind of warehouse, and there was like a steel gate right behind her, and then here comes Just Blaze coming from behind, just pulling up.
I
the
am
steel
honored.
gate over.
Wow.
Yo.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh my
you're very
goodness.
welcome. Yeah, man. I actually wanted. I also wanted to do Just Blaze in the middle of Euphoria book. You know, having them in the middle of all these Amazon women, and then he's gonna bring the male intoxicity in there.
No, funny enough, there is still like toxic males in Euphoria. Some of like the older generation, they remember how it was before. So, and there's like a character that's been brought in from another dimension as well. So he's also like the representation of like the average male in today's society. So those characters are totally included. So I think Just Blaze will just have to be saving that guy who got stuck in there, because he's walking around like, I'm not a slave. Like, what are you talking about? And then Just Blaze comes in and saves his life. Oh man, that'd be awesome.
But oh
Yeah,
man,
so
that
I had to
was
choose one of the
awesome.
two there, but I was feeling this first, and then I was like, let me go with this here, because I was like, that'd be kind of cool to show off at your convention, the virtual convention district, Divided District.
Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Like
That's not a problem.
And I wanted to do a drawing of Just Blaze and Lena. That was funny because I was like, should I do like a quick drawing for you, because I was doing a piece on Just Blaze and I haven't yet finished, and I'm doing it traditionally, so like I wanted to give it like the nice manga feel, use all the screen tones and stuff. So it's funny that you
did
had
me honor already when I got your book here. I have it here, and you drew Just Blaze for me in the back there.
In the back of it, yeah.
Piece. Yes, so I really appreciate that. I'm just going to show that off real quick.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like, because he reminds me of so many different favorite characters of mine, like Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star. You also have Luke Cage, Iron Fist, both in one, and then like you also have the number of characters, and it has a nice Baki grappler feel to it. So, I definitely enjoyed Just Blaze. Rainstar has like this nice, dope Dragon Ball feel to it, and they like. So it was definitely a treat for me to read, and
Just Blaze. Just Blaze was an evolution character since I was like in high school. He was, believe it or not, at first, when I was in high school, I used to draw a lot of comic books, just something simple, nothing too complex, just a couple of pages stapled together with some drawn out panels. And my biggest thing was drawing things that I knew or what I was around. And I'm from the South Bronx and whatnot when I grew up. And I grew up on watching like the Warriors and grungy movies like that. So Just Blaze was kind of like a piece of that, and he was just a step up from overlaying the character, developing it until now. And when I was in college, he was like my senior project, where I had to create a a website for him to promote the character. That's when I actually got down dirty and then started making up like the grungy hoodie and the jeans and things like that, and developing his powers in a way. But he wasn't always a character with fire powers and things like that. So I figured, it was more like a Street Fighter character, but
Right.
I've added the mystic thing into it.
Yeah, he definitely has like a lot of grit in his character, and I just can't wait to. And I'm pushing you on it. I need to see it like a issue 3 because
I know, man.
Yeah, no, like I am all for it because one, it has like your art style has this feel to it where it is evolving by the moment, and then also you have like these things that kind of your art style reminds me of many different artists that I've enjoyed over the years, and you give me that great classic feel. I don't want to say old school. I want to say classic because people shouldn't forget these type of animes like Baki Grappler, Rikio, and also Ninja Scroll. So like that sort of
yes.
And that sort of feel I enjoy so much, as a kid, and it just brings me back. And thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me up on your show today, man. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
We appreciate you for coming on. It's so awesome because he's talking. Speechless.
So you wanna talk to us about the story of both Rainstar and Just Blaze?
Well,
Like,
right
just a
now,
quick-
I think I said enough about Just Blaze. Right now, when it comes to Just Blaze, I'm gonna be putting him on the burner, no pun intended, for right now. Right now, I'm working with Rainstar a little bit with a new book series that I'm calling The Vile Chronicles, which, what it does is it takes Rainstar, the Rainy character, as a kid, more to an adult level where her kind of like her full potential as an adult. So it's like kind of like this is like the Dragon Ball era. The Vile Saga will be more of the Z series.
Okay, so we're looking at like her character's race is coming to Earth, sort of in that.
Well,
aspect,
yeah.
Or.
Well, I'm not
You
the
get to
the
more.
creator of Rainstar. My wife is the creator. She actually made up
Yes.
the story and whatnot, and I just took up with it. She actually did the books herself. I did the covers.
Right. No,
What is go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah. So what the whole thing is that with Rainy, and I know Jay Scuba's right next to me here listening. I know she's gonna bop my head if I messed it up. She's a Rubian. She's a Rubian from another planet.
Wait, she's
Rubian.
there. She's
And
sorry. Sorry to cut you off. She's there right now.
Yeah.
Would she be interested in coming on to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you want? They want to know if you want to come in and talk about Rainy. No, she's shy. She's shy.
No, it's okay. But continue.
So what is it that Rainy is? She's from Planet Rubius, and what happened is that she has these sapphire gems on her forehead. Her people have gems on their forehead and parts of their body that represents their power source. So, what happens is that there's a galactic tyrant called King Scythe who eradicated her race to get these gems so he can have like ultimate power. Now, believe it or not, she never watched Infinity Wars and nothing like that. So I know a lot of people gonna be thinking, "Oh, this is like Infinity Gems." No, she wasn't even a huge Marvel fan. She was inspired to Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, as you mentioned, things like that, and Mega Man with the art style.
Yeah,
so when she created
gives
this here,
off a lot of that energy. Yeah.
So what happened is that King Scythe, after he killed her father, he ordered his hired guardman to kill off the baby, which was Rainy. And the guy said, nah, he had second thoughts. He actually wasn't too evil, I guess, and he took the baby and head to Earth and raised it as his own and whatnot. And so all this time, King Scythe thought he had killed everybody, but there was actually one Rubian left. So he scoured the universe to go find her, and then the story begins when his troops find her on Earth, and that's where the story begins with her journey of retribution and getting revenge for her family getting killed off by King Scythe.
Oh wow, sounds dope.
Oh yeah.
It'll become like a Kill Bill saga in a minute. So.
Hey, I'm with it.
So Rainey definitely has a lot of growing to do in this part of the series, and so will there be a full on crossover between Rainstar and Just
thought
Blaze?
about that. We thought about that, and it actually is in the works with this new book with the Vow Chronicles. And let me just show you a couple of pages real quick while I have you.
Yes, please.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I'm working on this right now, and this is a few of the pages. Hopefully you can see it. I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love that character with the
In the center?
No, with the mouthpiece.
Oh, with the mouthpiece. Yes, I see the mouthpiece.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
colors.
that's Lucy.
That mouthpiece is awesome.
Yeah, that.
Oh, talking about the girl with the gold guard with the grill?
Yes.
Yeah, that she's gonna be one of the main antagonists in the story. What happened is that her father was killed by Rainey's grandfather, and right now Rainey is on a journey in this book to find the ultimate sword so she can defeat King Scythe. And right now she's in her neck of the woods and finding out that Rainey is actually among her. She figured she could probably get, revenge for her father killing her grandfather. Her father killing her father. Pardon.
I just want to also mention like this panel, this page layout is really
cool.
dope.
Yeah.
like I'm like looking and I'm just.
I especially
absorbing.
like the way they are colored as
Yeah.
well. I am a huge fan of vibrant colors, especially this page right now.
Well, I find that let me see. Can you really see it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we see everything. Yeah.
All right, cool. I find with such a colorful character as Rainey, with the high pink burgundy hair and the blonde, and it's just, I think something like that you should be able to exploit with other characters in the story and also layout with the colors and whatnot.
This page is dope too.
Yeah.
And this character is Midra. She's just a regular girl who got thrown into a situation that she can't believe she's in. She gets thrown in with all these crazy looking characters. She's going to be like the third person for the reader and viewer to, experiences what she experiences and whatnot. So she's going to navigate people in this crazy story and world, whatnot, with Rainey. So Rainey's kind of like not like a side character, but she is starring in this book.
That's awesome. Like, so she.
Ooh. You caught us there. I love this. Especially love that sky.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, broken up.
Oh no, the sky, everything.
Everything. The sky, the foreground.
The texture.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Everything just looks
amazing.
Yeah.
All right. You're broken up though. I can't hear you.
Can you hear us now?
Can you,
check.
Check. We'll get him to come back soon. But so far, so good. I definitely want to know, because this is my first time meeting him. I definitely want to know,
This is not?
No, I mean meeting
that,
him. Yes, I've seen him in person. You could see a person, but you haven't officially met them until you've had a conversation. So that's just me.
Right.
That's just how I do. I don't know, but yeah.
so far,
So I want to dive into his art style, like influences. I want to see how long he's been drawing, and like I can't wait. Like so far so good. These pages look amazing.
Oh yeah. And he's back.
He's
Welcome
back. Can you hear us?
I don't know what's going on. The universe is trying to hold me back.
It's the Wi-Fi.
It's the Wi-Fi.
All right. I
or
think you can hear. You probably got a better
pulling in
connection
too
now.
much.
No,
sauce.
this way, this video now is actually the best it's been.
Yeah.
You're crisp and you're not freezing. It's awesome.
Ooh, this-
Ooh, this is nice.
So right now I'm throwing some nice spoils from the book I'm working on, Vile Chronicles, Rank Star.
Wow.
And this
I love
lady
the
right
panels.
there. And this is Lucy in his one of his forms there. Lucy is like a small little devil character, but this is him like going to his other form, showing all the muscles, whatnot, and he rips some guy's arm off.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then takes a bite out of it.
Ooh, I like that.
Munch.
So right there is like I'm trying to show, like, this is the Vile Chronicles, so you can't really have to be like all pixie dust and unicorns without some vileness in it. So
Right. You got to get down to the nitty gritty. That's what I'm all about.
and then there's another antagonist character called Twisted, and I think I gave you the picture of that. That's the pale gentleman that looks very goth with the dark hair.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, he's going to be another antagonist that's going to be going after Raimi. And there's a backstory history between those two characters before he became known as the Twisted character. And that's going to show in some kind of drama, and, it's going to be like a little like dark romance in a way, but very brutal.
I can't wait.
Yeah, because I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you to get like really into like the big fights and with Rainey, because Rainey looks like she can throw down like seriously, and so to have like the serious enemies come in and face off with her. Excuse me, I'm about.
No, I'm looking at the calendar behind me. He looks crazy.
But
also, I want to promote. I actually got a book published with an author, Herman Pitera, Kid Greatness. It's
that looks cool.
It's hardcover. Also comes in paperback. It's called Kid Greatness, and it's about a Hispanic boy named Kevin Garcia. And what happens in the book is that he gets influenced. Like some kids need a confidence boost, and his mother, basically encourages him to go beyond his expectations in life. And so when he does so, he gets like he gets all this encouragement, and then he can actually do it.
That's
and
amazing.
With those powers, he actually shared with his friends.
Oh,
and,
I like that story.
And they get to do things together as well.
The power of encouragement. I love it.
Yeah.
And then they have powers as well with his.
Yeah, they have power. They can, like, if they want to skateboard on a very high ramp and they feel kind of scared because big teenagers are telling them, get out of here. This is for big kids, not little kids. You would like touch them on the shoulder or give them that encouragement wording, and they feel that power, and they can do it too.
I love it.
That's powerful.
Because I definitely feel like encouragement, giving encouragement to the people around you is sort of like an exchange of energy. Like you're passing it on to them so that they could feel capable and confident to do what they need to do. And oh my God, that story is awesome.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
So shout out to Herman
Pitera. So I definitely can relate to that, and also you.
Thank you, thank you. Besides the drawing and illustrations, I'm also got into arts and crafts. If people haven't noticed the advertisement for the Anime Supreme Etsy store, I've been also working off of that too as well. And I'll show you real quick. Let's see here. I have something called Pokemon Paradise Ball.
Yeah,
Those are so cute.
And
yeah.
Those look really dope.
And then they also have light.
Oh,
wow.
That is adorable.
And not only that, they come in different sizes as well.
How long does it take for you
I
to
was
make
just going to
something like
ask that.
It takes me, sometimes I do it on my downtime. I'm watching some anime or watching Netflix, things like that. So I take my time with it. But if I really had to get down to it, like say that I have to be right away shipped out, I'll say it takes me like 2 hours, and then I have to let it settle. And then I pop a top. I put the top on, make sure that everything else is good. And I put the top on and finish it up and polish it.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, because I was just gonna ask. So you buy the figurines, and then everything else is sort of hand painted and glue.
I use clay. I use rocks and twigs from my yard and some grass, and then I also have acrylic paint where I paint some things like that. Like say I have to make like the water blue, or I just use blue clay, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, someone asked if each of them is one of a kind. Like, do you stick to a certain, I guess, view, or are you always switching them up?
Well, yeah, I have some set for on the Etsy store, but if someone call me up or message me and say that they have an idea or they want like a certain Pokemon and setting, I would do something different, whatnot. But yeah, they usually all have like different backgrounds, stuff like that. So it's usually me trying to reach that next level of showing giving a better display, I should say.
Yeah, because they all look like little mini scenes.
Yeah.
Like, especially that last one with the Magikarp. It was like, what happened
like-
in that ball?
Exactly.
Why is he
Yeah,
leaned
it's supposed to
over?
be it's supposed to be Magikarp stuck on a rock somewhere, and he's like trying to get back in the water, and then you have this other Pokemon looking all sad behind him, wondering like if you should help him or not.
Yeah. Right? I was like, did he attack him?
If possible,
No,
I'd love
no,
to
no.
see like
But
one with like Machop or Machamp lifting weights or something, or like Hypnolee like kicking a punching bag. That'd be cool too. Like I have to have one.
He's like, now I'm gonna order one.
I am looking to do larger landscapes that maybe I want to add like a Pokemon arena on the ground
that would
and
be
whatnot.
awesome.
And having
Yes.
them fight. So speaking of like larger arenas, this is what I've been working on next.
Wow.
That's dope.
Did you do this one too?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's him. And the background as well was painted.
That's amazing.
No, the background is, believe it or not, since I'm a graphic artist, I just, work with the background. I try to get the scenery right for like the Dragon Ball scene and whatnot.
Nice.
And, I just print it, and I do the measurements.
So you digitally you do it and then you print it out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
And
dope.
then,
That's
I
awesome.
add like the background.
Yeah.
It's simple. I add the two characters in the back and put a background scene.
These are amazing. Oh, a little
these are what I
Dragon
call my
Ball.
Dragon Ball theme box.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I love it.
We have to have one in the house.
Yes, when we get a house.
And I'm also working on the Among Us.
Among Us, yes.
Oh, Shani would love that.
Yeah.
The body part inside. What I did was I designed.
Oh,
the
lift it
box
up a
with
little
some
bit.
of the
We
video
can't
games.
see.
Oh, so sorry.
Oh, there we go. We got it.
So from the design that I see on the video game, I designed the boxes and cut them out, and then I made like a fold type to put them all in together to make these boxes.
Oh, nice.
And I made up the wording like the shooting, what it says here, dead body
reported.
Reported. And
Awesome. I'll lift it up.
And this is all clay.
Wow. That and you're making these molds.
Right. Well, this here I bought these.
Well,
here
that
I created
one.
using graphics.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm. So it's a mix of bought materials and then handmade materials.
Right.
Very cool. What made you start doing these little, I guess, scenes?
I won't lie, I wasn't the one that could come up with these. I didn't create these like on my head and say, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm not the first person in the world to ever do this.
Oh no, that's not what I mean. I mean, yeah, the inspiration for starting.
I would say this. I was at a convention and I was hired to do a drawing workshop there. I saw this other instructor, and he had he was teaching kids how to make these little mini balls, very small Pokemon balls, whatnot. And I said, yo, that's really cool. I like that. So I figured, you know what, it would be kind of cool that, what if I start making like even larger ones? And that's what came to my mind. And then I just evolved it more and more and more. I started looking at the nature, getting the rocks and twigs. I glue it all together and whatnot. So it became a great sensation at conventions, and it drew people to my table that want to see them. Instead of me just showing, selling my artwork and my comic books, I'm offering a whole new variety of other things that's in the mix of the anime and pop culture that we love.
Amazing.
So, can you tell us where we could find you, Kelly?
Of course. I'm just going to scan real quick here.
Oh, shift back to the Mario and the Mario
character. They love the
figures.
Mario and whatnot. And, and that's Jay Scribble's work right there. She's actually making these things as we speak.
Oh wow,
that's awesome.
Those are so cool. I love that. It's like they're in motion right now in a game. Race off the table.
You can get all these things at etsy.com/shop/anime supreme. And, we customize them if you want to. Jay has a whole variety of clientele who's into like different things that she always making beat art like every week. And I'm very blessed that people message me and ask for a certain Pokemon to make the Pokeballs. And it was very successful at our store, even outside our store, I would say. But just go to Etsy.com, look up Anime Supreme.
As well as where to find your books and you guys as well?
Of course. Yes, you can look me up on Facebook and Instagram, Night and Day Anime. And every Tuesday, I go live doing a live drawing session at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Facebook page on Night and Day Anime once again. And also, I'm on Twitter, but I'm not on Twitter that much. But I'm just going to say Night and Day Anime and Instagram with Facebook.
But thank you, Mikkel, for stopping by and showing us your amazing art and your books and your crafts.
Yes.
Please pick up Just Blaze and Rainstar from Night and Day Anime. Check out the Anime Supreme.
Yes. Check out their amazing Etsy as well. I know Sean will be doing that soon.
Oh, yes. Yes.
The books you can get at comicbookfleamarket.com. I'm so sorry to cut you off. The books you can get at comicbookfleamarket.com.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Look in the anime section.
Thank you so much, Kelly Gordon. That was awesome. That was an awesome set.
That was really
blown
cool.
Away once again.
I wasn't expecting all of that.
No, neither was
like, because we invited these guys to talk about comics, and all of a sudden
they're adding more to the plate.
They're adding more to the plate, which is awesome. It just goes to show you can have multiple interests, and you can make money from all of those multiple interests as well.
All right, so coming up next is Jerry from E4 Comics. We're going to talk about his books, and we're going to talk about the Elementals, and we're going to have lots of fun. Stay tuned.
What's up, folks? Name's Cool as Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self-publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this.
No, I must not succumb to temptation.
Nah, brother, you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble now.
It's legal.
Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell peeing pies.
bitch is homeless before you can give me the AIDS.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
Oh,
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's going on? So we're back, and we just had Kelly Gordon on a panel with us not too long ago. It was such a treat. But now we have Jerry from E4 Comics, and is he here now? What's going on, Jerry?
Hey, what's up, Sean? How you doing, man?
Good. Welcome to District Con 2.
Virtual edition.
Thank you for having me. I'm very honored.
No problem, man. Like, you guys are putting out some great work, great content, and you're also a great advocate for the indie scene as well. I've seen, like, you've been supporting people like us and many others, and why not have you guys on?
Yeah, I appreciate it. We try to do our best because, when we first discovered the indie scene, we also received this type of help, respect, and love from other indie creators. So it's only right to extend it as well.
Absolutely. So before we went to break, I called your book The Elementals only because I have elementals in my book, but it's actually called The Elements, which is a great read, and I definitely want to dive in and talk about E4 Comics and your books as well. So let's get started. Let's talk about you first.
Me?
Yeah.
Basically, born and raised in Brooklyn, currently living out in Long Island. I'm a first responder. I'm an EMT. I work in New York City, Manhattan. And basically, we decided to work, me and a couple of friends of mine, by the age of 15, is when we created.
Hold on.
Jerry, do you have headphones?
No headphones.
Then can you get a little closer?
Yeah, we can't really hear you. Would you be able to
Not
get closer?
clearly, yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Does that sound better?
Yes.
Perfect.
Much better.
Okay.
So what were you saying?
So yeah, basically, we decided to create the Elements when we were around 14, 15 years old. And at first, I have to say that it started out as an idea to be an anime, but everyone know how costly animations can be. No way we was going to start with that. So we decided to go the comic book route. And, after years of doing it and getting the characters, because the characters are kind of based on me and three of my closest friends. So we decided to create a story amongst that, and then decided to give them abilities And over the years, the story just continued to evolve until it got to this point. So yeah, that's kind of how it all started out.
So, all right. So, what's E4 Comics about, and like tell us the start of that, like the birth of your company.
So basically, E4 kind of stands for like, it was like a symbol. It's always like whenever you start something, you can always find like 4 rules within what you're doing that you should always follow that would help you get to success. You know, for us, it was like, you know, never give up, learn from your mistakes, get help from people that you trust, and just continue to create and push forward. So like we decided that E4 was like a good you know, I guess like a little symbol for other creators out there. It's always like whenever you want to start something, you got to find like the key things that's going to help your projects move forward, you know, and you don't want to stray from those four basically rules that you would create from yourself in creating these things. And to us, that would always help us succeed in what we're doing. So that's kind of how we get with the E4 and then comics.
You know what? You nailed that. You definitely nailed that. That's a great answer. Because we as a unit, we try to do the same thing. You know, make sure that we're on top of things. Make sure that, like, you know, we don't give up. We encourage each other. So like I'm glad to hear like those are your basic, like those are your commandments. Those are your basic layouts and rules for making E4 possible. Definitely want to tune into that because that also kind of blends in with the elements I see. Me reading it and you telling me this, it kind of merges in. So you want to talk about the elements?
Yeah, of course. That's anything. So basically, I would like to add that another great thing about doing all this is I also like to share basically like negatives that we go through, because a lot of people might see like E4 Comics, the elements, or see other creators, you know, out there that are doing amazing things, and they think that, oh, you know, they just started off that way. You know, they haven't experienced anything, you know, negative or bad to that allow them to reach where they are, and that's complete bull. You know, I like to share the negative experiences as well that I've experienced getting to where I'm at today. So that way, other people that are watching, other people that are listening, you know, might be going through something similar that I'm going through. And they can be like, oh, wow, so he went through all this and still got here. Oh, so then I can definitely do it, you know? And that's part of the reason why I'm always like, I'm kind of like an open book. So you can ask me anything and, you know, I'm willing to share it.
Right, like, you know, everybody goes through their journey with a little bump in the road, or maybe many bumps in the road. It's not straight and narrow. So you're absolutely right. But if you guys look good while doing it, then you know it's
Exactly.
like, what can I say, right?
So
That's
you've
right.
been, I guess you've been mainly in contact with Sean. So all of this is very new, and I'm so happy that you're here with us. So how many people are associated with E4 Comics?
So you have me, I'm the writer and the original creator. We have I have 2 co-creators, and one of them is also my editor. And I have a concept artist, and then I have the actual comic book artist. So the first 4 of us basically would sit around and we'll talk about the idea of the story. We talk about what we would like to see, you know, things that, you know, maybe watching an anime or, you know, a cartoon or reading something. They're like, yo, I love a scene like this. no problem. And we throw out these ideas, and it's basically my job to put all those ideas together to create the story. So then when we start creating characters, we go to our concept artist, Dennis, and he basically gives a rough draft of how the characters will look. I'll give him an idea, and he'll create it, such and such. And then I'll send that to my actual comic book artist, which will put the final touches on it, the colors and everything, and then we will bring that character to life. So I'd roughly say about 7 of us that's working behind the scenes of V4 Comics.
That's
awesome. That's dope. All right. So let's talk about the elements. First off, I want to tell you, man, like this was definitely pure anime greatness, and reading it was I absorbed everything, and I'm a big fan of anime, and to see like these characters come to life and have their own personalities, have their own powers, and so on and so forth, and just have a crazy background. I definitely enjoyed reading this book, as maybe a little bit more than you enjoyed making the book. Like I can't lie, I'm a fan. I can't wait for the next one.
Right. Let's talk about I guess these main characters right here on the cover.
Okay. So basically, the one on top is Sky. He represents Wind. He's basically my adopted brother. All right. Pyro is based more on my characteristics. The character on the right is Hydro. He's based on my best friend. And the bottom one is Shock. He's based on my cousin. So, like I said, they all got different personalities. Like, for example, Shock will always be the cocky one. He's the dude that thinks that he's the best all the time. He can get it done.
He definitely has like a cocky vibe in this picture that we have up right now.
Yep. And what you guys have is a very exclusive book, because that book is no longer being printed.
Yes.
Okay, so that's issue 0. So the stuff you see within that book is a premonition of what's going to happen in the future.
Okay.
So the book that I just released, which is called The Awakening, is basically issue 1. This book basically shows you the brothers and when they first get their powers, and what happens from there is where the story starts off. And eventually the story is going to catch up with issue 0 that you have there.
Right. So okay. So tell us more about the mysterious man in the cloak.
Yes. This guy in the back here.
Definitely has many different vibes. Like let's start with like character design. Like where did you go to get
inspiration?
Okay, so basically he is actually part of a space organization called the Rashir. They're an organization that basically were the protectors of the 4 special stones that give the boys their powers of the elements. He was part of a special team that worked alongside. So every century or so, there's like 4 chosen warriors that would be chosen to harness the power of the stones, just in case some type of evil would emerge. So he was always part of that group that worked with those special chosen ones. Okay. So one day, the Rashir was under attack by an evil organization that wanted the stones called the Chronos. In a desperate attempt, they sent the stones out into the emptiness of space. Kenneth, one of his special abilities is spiritual control. He sacrificed his physical form to attach himself to the stone, so that if one day those stones were to meet the new chosen ones, he would emerge and help train them to harness the power. That cloak that he's wearing is what allows him to be physical. There's nothing under there but a spirit.
That's awesome.
So that's his story, and that's how he ends up meeting with the boys, and that's what you end up seeing in the first in the awakening. At the end is when they first meet Clenneth.
Wow.
So that's how we came to the design. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I still kind of have to create how his race is gonna look, but I got time for that.
Exactly.
Plenty of time, like the world build. When you build, when you world build, you have plenty of time. You just do it one issue at a time. Another question. My second question is pretty much, who is your favorite out of the four?
It has to be Pyro, of course. He's more based off of me, of course. Like
Pyro.
Like I think he represents me because I'm a very kind of like quiet, shy kind of person, But when my temper actually explodes, I don't have a short fuse, so it takes a lot to really get me to blow up. But when I blow up, it's like a time bomb. I'm a Cancer, so we hold a lot of things in until it overflows, and then we explode. So, and that's what I feel Pyro definitely represents.
So what I guess specific animes initially started it off, like for influences, shows or mangas?
Okay, my very first anime had my number one, even though I have issues with it, because it started the whole anime world for me. And I know a couple of people that's gonna be upset with me if they hear me say it, but it's Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z started it out for me. I still remember waking up 5 o'clock in the morning, couldn't fall asleep, decided to turn the TV on, try to keep it as quiet as possible so my parents wouldn't hear it. And all of a sudden, I'm watching this cartoon, and I'm like, what the heck is this? This is not like Looney Tunes. This is not Tom and Jerry. This is nothing like that. What is this? And I was just completely hooked into it. And this is like, I happened to catch it when Piccolo and Goku were first fighting Raditz.
Yes.
And I'm like, this is something I've never seen before.
Yes.
So I told my friends about it. They started waking up like 5:30 in the morning to watch it. And we would just constantly talk about it. And we were like, what? We don't know what this is. And then eventually we found out this is like Japanese cartoon. This is what's called anime, So from there, it was like, there's got to be more of this. So from there, I got into like Naruto, One Piece, Techno Man, just a whole bunch of other animes and stuff. So I have to say that Dragon Ball Z is one of the main reasons why we started this, because it was also good. Every time we watch something, we all got like different tastes in what we experienced from watching a show. So the good thing about it was like, yeah, we watch it and we'd be like, yeah, I would do this differently. Yeah, I would have went this route instead. Yeah, I would have done this different. And that's when we started sitting down. I was like, yo, we should create our own thing. Yeah, let's do that. And then we started building it from there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Like me being a big Dragon Ball franchise fan. Yeah, I'm all with you on that one. Thank you. And then also, I noticed that you're wearing the Red Ranger.
Yes, I was. The whole time I'm just staring at it. It's like, is that a shirt or a full suit?
All I'm missing is the helmet. I'm a big Power Ranger fan. I am a huge Power Ranger fan as well. Like, I have a team called SSB, the Savage Sandbox, and me and one of the members are constantly going at each other. His name is Jason from the Convictor. You might be familiar with him. We're constantly going at each other, because he's a Green Ranger fan and I'm a Red Ranger fan. So any chance we get, we're constantly throwing jabs at each other at who's the better Ranger. So I hope he sees this.
Oh yeah,
You know?
no, he's definitely gonna
And
see
you
this.
could definitely give him the link later on. Like, watch this video at this time.
I see you wearing that shirt again, Jerry.
At like 30 minutes and 20 seconds. This is when I'm talking about you.
See, I was a Red Ranger fan until the Green Ranger came in, and I instantly jumped ship. I was like, Golden Vest, Dragon Zord, Flute.
He
I'm
was.
all for it.
I'll give Tommy this or Jason David Frank. He's definitely going to be the one Ranger that dies with a morpher in his hands, because this dude is all about Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Like from back then, whenever he gets a chance to come back into the show, he takes the opportunity. So I'll definitely give him that. But Jason is the original OG. So.
Yeah. But my main question, the only reason why I brought up the Red Ranger shirt is, do you have any influences
Sorry,
of Power
guys.
Rangers onto the elements? Like, do you have like
Yes.
bits like?
There's actually a couple of characters that I am creating in kind of representation of the Power Ranger thing. So they're right now in creation. I'm currently working on it, but the whole team aspect of Power Rangers is definitely something that I truly enjoy. You know, the fact that they all work together to conquer foes, the whole martial arts aspect of it, because I grew up doing martial arts myself. So that's part of the reason why my comic has martial arts stuff in it. You know, so it's definitely had a big influence as well.
What
in
is your technique in class? I guess
In martial arts.
Yeah.
I've done mixed martial arts for about 7 years, and then I got into Shotokan karate for 3 years, and now I'm currently doing Chinese boxing kung fu, and I've been doing it for 5 months.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Because even like with us putting together our books, like me, I wanted specific fighting styles for specific people as well. Do you have that influence in yours where it's like because of their element, they fight a certain way, or do they pretty much all have the same?
Yes, they definitely do. Pyro is definitely more of the Muay Thai fighter, since I feel that Pyro ability is strength, and he can cause a lot of destruction. And striking with your knees and elbows, I feel, is one of the most powerful strikes you can do. Hydro is more of a Tai Chi user, where he basically kind of uses like your energy, your force against you as well, you know, in combat. Sky is more of a capoeira, because he's so agile and he's always on the move, he's always fluent. So we gave him more of a style of a capoeira. And Shock is kind of more, I guess, like a Wing Chun kind of person, because he's very precise in his attacks. You know, so that's how we kind of balance it off. But as they go further down, you know, as the story progresses, we plan on incorporating like more fighting styles to each character as well, to give them a bit of a versatile, you know, look in their fighting ability.
Right, because I'm definitely a fan of, like, I don't know what the term is called, but Drunken Monkey.
Oh yeah.
I love and then it's like really fast. Oh, I love it.
I love Drunken Tai Chi.
Drunken Tai Chi?
Yeah.
Is it called Drunken Monkey? Like, I just do that because that's the name of the movie.
Definitely a drunken style because of the way you move. It's a very unpredictable style.
I love it because you're like unsuspecting and then boom.
Exactly. That was the reason I fell in love with Rock Lee in Naruto.
Yes, he's my favorite.
He's the reason I got into Naruto.
Yes.
Because I caught the episode where he was fighting Gaara in the exam.
He takes it. He's like, "Oh, what is those gonna do?" And then big crash.
Going off.
It's like, I don't need powers. My legs are strong. But once he got drunk, it was a wrap.
It was a
and
wrap,
he's laughing and crying. I was like, "Oh man." I love it
Yes.
because what I always think about those shows is, are they using like actual people and following their movements? Like, seeing that you have a background of that, do you do that as well for like the concepts and the drawing?
Definitely, yep. And that's another thing, because when I think about it, it's kind of hard to relay it to my artists.
Right.
So there's times that I would have to reenact it myself, like do a video, reenact the fight scene, and send it to him.
Yeah.
So that way he can see what I'm talking about.
That's cool.
So, and that's
so dope.
That's a complicated thing, because when we first wrote the story, like I said, it was made to be like more of an anime. So finding a way to convert that into a comic book was extremely challenging, because now you're working with still pictures. So a lot more like story and details and stuff that you will be able to show in an animation, you can't really show in a comic. So we had to like find a way to get creative with it to show these details and stuff.
I love it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's like,
but yeah.
I feel like,
what could we see in the future of the Elements?
You're definitely going for the boys after issue 1, when they receive their powers. Issue 2 is definitely going to be more of a training book of them learning to use their abilities. And after issue 2, it's going to be what I call the Dices Saga. That's going to be their first biggest villain that they have to defeat. And then from that, that's when the E4, the Element universe opens up, because now you're going to be getting aliens from other planets now arriving to Earth, all because now the presence of the stones are there. So now we don't know if they're going to be encountering evil aliens, good aliens. Like, it's going to be a mass of stories coming together onto Earth. And the boys that were just 17 when growing up in an orphanage, because basically the boys were found as babies in an orphanage by a couple of sisters, just abandoned babies in the forest. They took them to the orphanage, and that's where they were raised. So, and they already noticed that there was something different about the boys, because they were like stronger, faster, more durable than just regular humans. So, and there was another teacher that would come, to the orphanage called Sensei Ray, basically that first taught the boys martial arts and, a couple of the orphanage kids, to allow them to release their anger, to manage their stress, and stuff like that. So it's kind of like they've been pretty sheltered for so long, and now they're about to experience a shell shock about what's really happening and what their purpose is, not just to the world, but to the entire universes, to the galaxy. So it's going to be a shell shock for them.
Awesome. Well, Jerry, thank you for stopping by and telling us about your book. It was an absolute treat. Shout out to the other creators in E4 Comics.
Yes, the whole collective.
You guys did a bang up job. I'm so glad that I invested into your Kickstarter, which was a success.
Show a random page out of the book, but look at this, guys. Get you a copy.
Get you a copy of the Elements. Check out Jerry and E4 Comics on where?
Yeah, let us know where to find you.
You can find me on Instagram and Facebook at E4 Comics. You can actually pre-order The Awakening. Couple of merch. We got a few shirts that are out and a couple of posters that are also on the website at e4comics.company.site. We appreciate all the support that you guys have given us. It was truly an honor to be on here with you guys. Thank you so much. Sean, you already know I love what you do. I follow your live drawings all the time. So
yeah, I appreciate it.
to drop your book. I already supported it. I was upset that Sean didn't send me a personal invite to support his Kickstarter. So,
But we don't feel like, I mean, we want everything to be organic,
Right.
Yeah. So it's like if you see it, you love it, you go for it.
next time, I'm just gonna send it right
now that
over.
we know we have permission, we're definitely gonna do it.
But Jerry, once again, thank you. It's absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
You're free to come back any other time. We want you in next time to talk about more elements, more E4 comics, more Sandbox,
and hopefully
everything.
District Con 3 in the future.
Oh yeah,
definitely. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome, man. Have a good one.
All right. So that was Jerry from E4 Comics. That was awesome.
So cool.
All right. We're gonna take a quick break. But up next is Sean Stevens, and we're gonna do a Sean cross Sean drawing. So stay tuned for that.
It's gonna be awesome.
It's gonna be great.
Bye.
Sup, folks? Name's Coolest Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self-publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this.
No, I must not succumb to temptation.
Nah, brother, you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble now.
It's legal.
Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell peeing pies.
bitches homeless before you can give me the AIDS.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
All right, so
Hello,
we are
hello,
back.
hello.
Right now we're just
We're getting ready for our next interview.
Yep, our next interview.
And before we do that, the plug, our Kickstarter has 8 days left. And we are going strong, and people are still pledging. Thank you so much for sending in those pledges. We still have a few more days left for you guys to get some really cool stuff. If you haven't pledged already, definitely click the links in our bio. But we have some amazing stuff. 4 titles. 2 you already know, Home and Worlds Beyond and Euphoria. Issues 1 and 2 are going to be available on the Kickstarter, as well as issue 1 of Night Shift, written by Marissa Booth and drawn by Kenny Millen, as well as Reshift, written, drawn, colored, and lettered by the awesome artist D-Rez. So we have some amazing things in that Kickstarter. You guys need to check it out.
Yes, please chime in, put in buy our pre-sales and enjoy our books.
Yes, you will enjoy our books, especially if you don't like comics. Like, that's one thing we definitely try to pay attention to, is we don't want to just reach the comic book audience. We want to reach all audiences, because comic books are awesome.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes, and so targeting the non-readers, we bring more readers in.
Yes.
So our next guest is Sean Stevens. Is he here? Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
What's going
Hold
on,
on,
Sean?
I got to figure out how to flip my camera. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Why? Hold on. How do I flip this? Technical difficulties. Oh, duh. Back
Is it the button? It's just a button.
Yeah, I think I got it.
All right.
Hey.
Hey, look at that.
Found an old sketchpad.
Oh, nice.
So, Sean,
finished sketchpad.
So while we're doing this thing, we're also going to be drawing simultaneously.
Okay, cool.
So, Sean, let's talk about yourself. Who are you? Where are you from? Even though we said your name.
No problem.
Tell the people what we said.
Yeah, exactly. Name is Sean, from New York. Been here all my life. Went to art high school and art college with the main dream of working in comic books. At first, it was like, that whole typical, like, oh, I want to work on, like, Spider-Man and Batman. But then I started getting into, create your own stuff, especially after Image Comics blew up with their own original projects. And years later, I'm trying to do my own thing. So, yeah, that's the brief
that
introduction of myself.
So, So, how long have you been doing it professionally?
I want to say professionally. Man, hold on, because so it's me and my boy Dan. Because we both work on the comic books. We kickstarted a comic book called Red Cyberpunk Fairy Tale um, a while back, like around what year was that? I'm trying to remember. Give me a second. I want to say it was probably around 2014, actually. And then we've been working on other volumes. Well, he actually took over for working on volume 2. The first copy was a a big graphic novel. He's got the other one in the can while I'm working on another project called Metal Legion, which he's also helping on with the writing and stuff like that because we both write and draw.
Right.
Oh, and this is the book for anyone who's
Hey.
interested, which is basically a cyberpunk retelling of Red Riding Hood.
I love that.
Yeah.
That cover is dope. It's giving me Akira vibes.
Oh, that's one of our biggest influences, me specifically, because I went through that whole era of 80s and 90s anime, so that's my main influence.
Yeah, I could definitely tell.
So if you look through the, sorry, go ahead.
No, continue,
Go
Sean.
ahead. We have a few pictures. Yeah, you can flip through it.
Yeah, go
No,
for it if you want to show it off. Yeah, definitely.
Right. For this volume, I worked on some of the pages and he worked. Like I worked on the cover. I did the cover.
Cover looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. When you scroll through, some of it is his art and my art together. But like I said,
cool.
for these upcoming 2 projects, he took on the whole volume 2 of this, and I'm taking on Metal Legion. So it's like we're kind of a 2-man team with 2 separate books.
All right. Because how does that work exactly? Your art styles would have to be pretty similar. Do you guys sort of draw side by side?
Since we both have like the same influences. Did my screen freeze? I feel like my screen froze.
No, you're moving.
No, you're moving. You're grooving.
Oh, okay. It froze on my side. But we have like the same influences, so our styles are sort of similar in that way. Although I will say, as of late, I've kind of been getting into, which Sean would know about. I'm getting into more of a very graphic, pure black shading style, which is kind of complementing my art.
Yeah.
So, yeah, now it's like our styles are actually kind of different.
Watching you draw for over 10 years, without you even noticing who the hell I was because you have so many followers.
Right.
I saw like many different changes, and you don't stop growing at all. It is absolute pleasure. You're actually one of my influences of drawing.
Oh,
so like as soon as I would have oh my goodness, what why
It's like people never call, and then they always call,
they call
when you're
like,
doing something.
Yeah.
Oh, phone call coming in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It never fails.
But yeah. What I was gonna say.
His style has grown.
Yeah, your style has like evolved into like a whole different beast. And watching you draw Metal Legion and comparing Red and Metal Legion, it's the same feel, but it is like more like even more perfected in a way. Like
right.
Like to see
Thank
like
you,
the
thank
actual
you.
growth of your work is absolutely wonderful.
Thank you. It's funny because drawing in this new style, it's kind of like something I feel like I was supposed to do. Like I remember when I was influenced that, but I'm really gonna mess up this guy's name. But I just remember his last name, or is it his first name? Koike, who did the anime Redline and the Animatrix short.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of the short. And I was like, this stuff like really looks cool. And I remember it was even Dan that he was like, yo, why don't you lean into that style if that's where you want to go? Which is funny because even back in my college days, I used to draw with like a lot of like super dark shades, and I started looking at stuff like Hellboy and stuff like that. So I was like, well, I don't know why I'm denying myself.
Yeah. So like that kind of eliminated my question of how, like, did you go to school? And I always wanted to ask, because your art is in a certain level to where it is, you say sometimes that it's not pro, but you're on a pro level type
That
of,
cover looked pro.
Oh,
the art that we see right now, this is like very pro. Like, I'm surprised that no one has has like noticed and said, "Yo, let's pick this guy up right now," and you're not doing your day job like me.
Man,
like,
let me. The plight of my life right there, the day job.
Yeah. Mechanic, Wolf, badass.
Because, like I said before, absolutely amazing.
Now, do you guys color as well, or do you have a colorist?
No, we both. So it's like we both color, we both draw, we both write. So
awesome.
Right. And originally, like, as Sean will tell you, especially since he's been noticing my art from before, I used to do, like, well, I mean, it shows right here on the cover, which is like, like a cell shaded,
Yes.
style, which was very influenced by, especially like when, remember they started introducing that in mainstream comic books when they did all those Transformers comics back in the day.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, both color. So we don't have like a colorist or whatever. So.
But that's good to be a jack of all trades and to be able to do the book the way that you want, because that's how I wanted to do my book, the way that I had to learn coloring because I definitely wanted the way that I wanted.
Right. Like, I'm such a perfectionist at times. I don't want to have to be over somebody else's shoulder. Like, not that red, the green red, like more green.
Right.
Like, oh, you're ruining it. Like, that's not my vision. So it's definitely awesome. And your teamwork is amazing as well to hear that. I don't know if I could ever, Sean and I could ever like draw in the same book because our styles are so different. I definitely have to. Well, I'm still learning from him. He is my sensei. I call him my art sensei. But yeah, that part I find really cool.
Yeah, and it's like you just said. It's like when you try to get somebody that like, or hire somebody to do something, unless you're doing one-offs. Because I would always love for people to to see my characters in another style, but to work in the actual same project, and then you run across and like, why did you use that shade?
Yeah.
Why did you use that green? Like,
it's like, nope.
And then you feel yourself about to become nitpicky, and you're like, I'll just learn it myself.
Yeah.
So was coloring something you guys started earlier on, or it was just like over time you were like, you know what, we need to learn how to do this?
It was definitely early on. I remember, and I know this website does not exist anymore, but it was a website called Halls of Creation, and it literally just linked to all the newest, coolest modern artists of that time. Like, who was it back then? Scotty Young, LaShawn Thomas, Joe Madureira, and a whole bunch of other people who were just like stuck, because that's when like digital art. Man, what year was that? Man, I'm old. But it was many moons ago, and it was really cool because it would point to tutorials, and then we finally like unlocked like, oh, so that's how you do cell shading, and because before it was doing the thing where like how you guys have my art up on screen right now, which I'm sure you probably we all know finally now, but like I used to take like let's say the red of her clothes and then make a dark red, and then make a dark beige for her skin, like each color, until I found out that, I could just make a multiply layer and run a color through everything.
Exactly.
Exactly. I was like, what? Save like,
the tricks.
8 hours. Right.
And that's the best part because like you don't stop learning new ways to skin the cat. You just skin the
Right.
cat.
Because I definitely want to get to the level of shading that Sean has in his inks, but also the level of cell shading. You said it's called, right? That
Right.
you are doing in, especially on the cover.
Hello?
Hold on, the cut off a sec. Oh, it's back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. I mean, it's that. Well, I will say it's funny because some people look at different color styles and they'll be like, "Oh, that looks easier than that." I'm like, I assure you. Even like what I'm doing now, where it's like, "Oh, I'll just use dark shades," and I'm like, "Oh, well, you shade through everything. That's got to be easy, right?" Wrong. Because now you have to like. Now you have to do. There's these little things you got to like leave like halos between like certain characters to make sure that like they're not blending into another. I'm like, there's always something. I also try to get into digital painting, but I don't do it often enough to be like these monsters on on Instagram.
Yeah.
So it's just something I kind of do for fun, like.
Now my next question is my next question is where did you go to school?
Oh, I went to High School of Art and Design here in New York, which was actually pretty cool. I will say my one of a major influence I got from there is like I actually was a fashion teacher.
Oh wow.
Yeah?
Yeah, because he didn't actually teach fashion. He taught it was like a stealth class. I don't know if he's still teaching. I'm gonna get him in trouble or something, but it was like a stealth like anatomy class. Because he was like, "Yeah, I'm teaching fashion," and you get in there, and he's like, "Anyway, so we're gonna look at these Renaissance artists." I'm like, so yeah, that was actually pretty cool. And then like after art and design, I went to actually Fashion Institute of Technology because I went into the right. It was one of the cheaper. It was one of the cheaper art colleges, so that's why I went there, and I took up general illustration.
That's dope.
Yeah, so that was my art training there.
And then ever since then, you just kept going and kept drawing and started making books.
I felt like I had to because I'm like, I could like not draw, but then I'm like, I think I'm semi decent at it. I probably should just keep going.
No. You're not semi decent. You're actually wonderful.
Well, I mean at the time.
At the time.
Thank you. You're right. And it's funny. This is kind of this session right here is kind of a return to home for me. I haven't picked up like an actual pencil in, man, how long? Maybe a year.
Sorry to cut you off. One of our viewers, Mark Marvel, he wanted to know, was the influence to start the book more about manga or was it outside of manga?
Man, I want to say the influence was kind of all over the place. Manga was definitely one of them. And also like my favorite comic book artist. Like I just like the medium of like telling the general medium of telling a story through pictures. So that was an influence. Video games were an influence because I remember at that time, like, that's when, especially when like Metal Gear Solid came out, and like people were like, "Oh wait, we could make something a deep story and have it be a video game." Movies, influence. So.
Okay. So would you say it was mainly about? He means more like the art style. Was it because it was popular, or because you just really liked the story or the art?
It was probably a combination of both. Well, not for popularity. It was really mostly because I liked the style of it.
Okay.
Like I liked the way it looked. Like it just looked like it popped. It popped out to me. So I was like, oh, it looks really cool, and I seen them do cool stuff with it, which is funny now because I'm not religiously watching anime anymore. I need to catch up. Like everyone else is always telling me, to watch Attack on Titan, and I'm so late on that.
That show is a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Right. I will pick it back up. But it's funny because every time somebody looks at my stuff, they always tell me like, "Yo, this reminds me of like old anime," and I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah, because my next question was going to be like, which ones specifically influenced your art style to like where it is today?
Oh man, where do I start? Akira, of course, like you mentioned, Fist of the Star, the Street Fighter 2 anime, Fatal Fury, Ninja Scroll, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust.
Because
they had it. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
go ahead.
As soon as you said Fatal Fury, like because like that the way that you draw the nose and the eyes, the cheekbones,
right.
I love it.
Thank you.
That style, I love both. Wait, hold on. Both Sean and Sean look comfy with their styles.
Yeah, you guys are breezing through this because that's my one thing about. Oh wow, somebody's like he's definitely plus 35. Don't be yelling out people's ages, Mark Marvel. But for me, like drawing live, I feel like I can't do it. Well, I guess with practice, but I feel like I'm not fast enough to finish or even get further as fast as you guys are breezing through. I always get a little, I guess, anxiety or nervousness mainly. So I applaud you guys. One day I'm going to draw live with you guys, but it definitely, I just get intimidated.
I say do it. I mean, I'm not even going to lie. It is intimidating, especially like when I started drawing on Twitch. My first thought was, so what do I do? And trust me, there's times on Twitch where, like, I mean, this is like a face, so like, I've drawn faces so much I could breeze through it. But when you're sitting there drawing a panel, you could ask Sean. You'll come back to Twitch 5 Twitch streams later, like, yeah, we're still on this panel.
Yeah,
yes, it's coming.
It's mostly the content that does it for me, like the back banter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Pretty much, like we'll talk about movies and old shows and
right.
Conspiracies.
Everything's on there. One day you'll talk about conspiracies. Next day we'll talk about rap snacks, which I told viewers that I was gonna find a bag of rap snacks and taste test it, and I never did. I have to go do that before people get on my case.
We have a store around the corner from where we live that sells.
Oh, they have the rap snacks.
Oh yeah. And I'll tell you right now,
it's a hot mess.
The honey barbecue one, the Migos one, is amazing.
Wait, does it actually taste good?
Huh?
Does it actually taste good? Like,
yeah.
I've never tried it. I've always looked at it like, okay, it's probably just regular potato chips with a rapper's picture on it. Like,
right. Like, I want to know, like, I'm like, it would be better if they like actually made the formula. But,
yeah, like if they had their own flavors, not just recreated other flavors and rename them.
But, all in all, they're great.
He's like, I love it.
I'll make a promise. I will find it one day, and I will stream that. But yeah, streaming live is definitely different. Sorry, go ahead.
You're gonna ship him some rap snacks.
Yep.
Yo, if you ship me that, I'm
He's definitely gonna do a whole video about him getting the box.
I'll send you. Just send me your address, and I'll do it.
And then after that, can we get the rap snack sponsored? Like, can we?
Right.
But,
it's like we'll draw the rappers on the bag for you. How about that? And then we get some free snacks.
Exactly. Oh man, this is still so alien to me. This pencil. I'm like,
yeah. Do you have? I noticed. Do you have a favorite tool? Sean has favorite pens. I have favorite brushes.
Favorite tool as far as like any tool or.
No, well, I guess when you're drawing or. Because are you more of a digital artist mostly, or?
I've transferred to digital because when I started doing like wanting to do comic books, my main thing was drawing it like this on pencil with pencil, and then scan it in. Then you have to go into Photoshop, rip the actual pencils away from the paper, if that makes any sense, and then put that on its own layer and then color under it. It's very tedious. I originally was never gonna get an iPad, which is what I use now for my digital art. I have a Wacom Cintiq around here somewhere, but it's so old I don't really use it.
I love
but yeah, now I'm mainly digital, and I will say it kind of it took me about a year and a half to get used to it.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't have digital, I swear my book would take 3 or 4 years to come out, redrawing and throwing away sheets of paper.
Oh yeah, that's another great point. It clears up. Like, you don't have to recycle a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, because when I first started, I probably redrew like a poster 30 times, and Sean's like, "You're wasting all of this comic book paper. Just do it on regular paper."
But you know what?
Oh, you have the old school, not
the
old
Bristol.
School.
Yeah, the Bristol.
The
We were doing it when he was first showing me how to do it. We were doing it on paper, and me as a painter, I usually rely on the color to fill the page. Like as an illustrator, as a comic book artist, you have to draw all of these lines first before you start coloring. And that transition was really frustrating to me because I really had to go back into anatomy. And when it comes to anatomy, what are some things you use? Like we have an Art Pose app, or we have like little models. Do you use anything like that?
I actually use there is a model app, and I really forget the name, that I use occasionally, or sometimes I use like well, especially for like the more muscular characters, like I'll actually look at like bodybuilders sometimes.
Yeah.
I guess I get that from like art school, because we used to have like, you know, live models in class. Or sometimes I'll look up like a specific pose. I'll try to like go to what's the site that everybody freaking goes to? Why do I not remember this? Pinterest.
Pinterest. Yeah, Sean recently came across this app called Art Pose.
Yeah.
It is amazing, Sean. Other Sean. I'm like getting confused myself because I'm like, Sean does this, Sean. But no, that app is, I mean, we're getting the plug right now. We should get some free items from them. But yeah, no, that app is awesome. It has both male and female and pre-set up poses.
Oh, you know what's funny? I think that's the app I freaking used.
That probably is.
Is that the one where you can kind of like move them into their own poses as well?
Yeah, you can move them as well. You could take a picture. I think the icon for the man one is like a man's arm, like
that's the one.
Muscle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that is a great app actually.
I love that app. It is a godsend when it comes to poses.
And it's cheaper than the figures that, you know, they sell.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because you could barely, the figures, I mean, the art pose, it is a little stiff, but even with the real figures, I think it's still more flexible, because the real figures look extra stiff because you can't manipulate them too much.
Right. Like I know there's one that was actually particularly like looked like it was well made, but my thing is I'm like, well, we have this app though, so
yeah, right. So because I don't need it perfect, I just need the essence of it, like, you know,
right.
The proportions. So what are you guys drawing? First, Sean Stevens.
Oh, I'm drawing my character Kira from Metal Legion.
Okay.
I'm here shading her out of control fro.
The funny thing is,
oh wow, Sean, the new fragrance. They are marketing you guys.
Oh, I'm not even shocked. I'm not even paying attention.
That's why we need to.
Yeah, the comments are on fire right now.
And I'm drawing Sean's character from Metal Legion as well.
Oh, okay, so he's drawing your character.
Right, that's my villain character. Her name is Demaset.
Yep.
I
recently
had a audition. Sean, when you finish that one, send it to me. I'll post it up.
Hey, support for support. We love it.
I'll definitely finish that up, and then you want me to color it too, or?
Hey, that's on your
That's on
discretion.
you.
'Cause I know
All right.
I know we're all busy doing, our own stuff and all that.
Yeah.
So as long as it doesn't take away from stuff that you have to do.
Oh no! After this, I'm relaxing,
nice.
watching Breaking Bad, and
Oh, okay.
grabbing a few.
Eating
cold
some
ones.
Caribbean food.
Ah.
But so how long was your character process? Was it one of those I know right off the back what she's gonna look like, or was it like a lot of trial and errors?
Oh man, this is where me and Dan, or Dan and I rather, had to come together to, because what the first incarnation of Metal Legion, because it already took us long enough to set up Red. The first incarnation of Metal Legion was actually gonna be the other character Wes. So I wish I had drawings of printouts.
Oh no, we don't have it because we have red pictures.
Oh, okay, no, it's all good.
I had to literally deep dive
into people's Instagram.
Into not only your Instagram, but Dan and Red, and then the website.
Right.
Which was awesome because I was still trying to figure out, did he go to school to do all this?
But yeah, so the character process.
Oh yeah, so at first it was the two main characters are Wes and Kira. Right now they are currently young teens that are cybernetically enhanced. At first, Wes was like an older guy who was in charge of protecting Kira, who was like around like 19 years old or something, and she was supposed to be like the key to unlocking something. And after time, like if we knew that we wanted it to be a post-apocalyptic story, like it was like Terminator meets, Mad Max. And after a while, like Dan just looked at me and he was like, "Bro, this is like, pretty basic. Like, what if it was a post-apocalyptic story, except like the main characters were kids?" And I was like, "Huh." So then we went through a whole other art process. And one day I have to actually show the progression of like Wes and Kira from like then to now, because it's kind of drastic. I mean, they retained their same look. Like Wes was, always like, he was like, Caucasian male, and Kira was, black/Melanesian. But now it's like they're children. So they went from, like these grown, hardened adults to these seemingly innocent but brutal cybernetic children, which I think delivers a better punch.
Right.
I also had to go through like a clothing change thing, because being that it was post-apocalyptic, I had wanted to give off the vibe of it being post-apocalyptic. When I first was drawing them again as kids, like their clothes were too clean, and and like there was no rips, no tears. I'm like, this kind of looks more like they're in the world of like a set future that's like like one of those, like, what am I thinking about?
A dystopia?
Something like Minority Report, or like
yeah.
Something like that. So then I just started like, messing with them more, and that's how I came up with the look of them currently now. Sorry, I know that was a long-winded answer.
No, it's fine. We are here to talk. So
And
that's
draw.
not and draw. So that's not a problem.
Right.
Because my process, like being a new comic book creator, I just looked at actors and actresses I liked,
right,
and certain models that I liked, and kind of like combined it from there. Because eventually, I kind of like the old school Disney. I'm so
Right.
I'm like the weirdest comic book creator, because
No, you're
but
not.
I call it weird because when I'm in these interviews with Sean, and I'm just most of the time, a lot of the conversations is womp 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 until they say something that I know. It's like womp 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 Akira womp womp womp.
Right.
So
I mean,
it's definitely
old school
cool
Disney is
watching.
dope. I kind of wish that Disney would draw again.
Yeah, the way they used to.
Right, because I'm like, that was pretty cool. Like I even like like the art style of like even something recent like Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah.
Or Aladdin. I'm like, I miss it.
Because I love old days. Sword in the Stone, Robin Hood, like Black Cauldron. Is Black Cauldron
Right.
Disney?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But that art style, I definitely do like it.
Yeah, I kind of miss it. They should bring that back. I know they won't bring it back because I don't know, probably cost issues or something. I don't time. But no, that's actually a pretty cool style to evolve into.
Yeah, like
I'm actually
Tarzan.
Right. I'm actually following a couple of artists that I can't name at the moment because I follow so many artists that I think my feed is just completely drowned. But I follow a couple of artists that draw in that style. It's always funny though to follow like a ton of artists because one day you'll be scrolling. I'm like, wow, that's pretty dope, and I'm like, oh, I forgot I'm following this person.
Yeah. No, I try to connect with them. Like if I see somebody I like, I'll try to share it to my story and I'll mention them. Like, hey, I love your stuff. That definitely helps because then they get a direct message, saying, hey, I love you.
Right, exactly. It's always pretty cool too when they actually like acknowledge you.
Yes.
And you think to yourself like, wow, I thought you were like completely
Hollywood.
too busy.
Yes. There's so many Hollywood artists out there. Like, wait till you get there before you start.
Just
like,
relax.
and even when you get there, still humble yourself. Like, I hope that when we get there and we have like 1 million followers and someone messages me like, hey, look at my art. I hope I'm still in the same heart to open it and be like, yo, it's dope.
Right.
Like, it only takes 5 seconds. Yo, it's dope.
Right.
Or fix this, whatever.
I don't see myself not answering someone who wants to either learn.
Yes. And to share knowledge with them as well, because I've seen that as well with some artists. Like I said, I paint as well. So when it comes to murals, I've asked, oh, how do I do this? How do I do that? And they're like, oh, you'll get it. And I'm like, where's the mentorship? Like, that's what I want. Sorry, I hit you.
Right.
You gotta stop it.
I'm like moving my hands all over the place and hitting Sean.
Block.
I talk with my hands because I'm a rapper and that's what rappers do. So,
right.
But definitely to pass on knowledge. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've done that like at sometimes. It's funny though because it's like a half and half. Because I will say I've definitely seen artists that get so Hollywood before their reaction. I'm like, I guess in my opinion, of like Hollywood and art world is not until like you get like I don't know
in Hollywood,
yeah, or like actually in Hollywood. But I definitely can understand when people don't get to messages. But I think that's only because of the nature of like right now with the amount of people that I have and like the amount of messages I get like anxiety and I'm just like, wait, who do I answer first? And then like I'll eventually get to it. But it'll be like 4 weeks later. I'm like, yo, I'm sorry, bro. You had a question. Like,
right. So, well, hopefully, that'd be cool.
Man, I've definitely answered. Like, I had somebody that I gave a tip to, and they were really grateful about it. And that felt good because I was like, oh, like, at least I could pass on. Because that's happened to me. Actually, digital painting wise, I remember it was. How old were they? I think an 18-year-old gave me a tip because their painting was phenomenal. Like I couldn't touch them if I practiced for like 5 more years, and they gave me a tip, and I was like, wow, that like really just saved me a lot of time. So it's always cool when the art community can help out each other.
Yes, that's how we grow.
Exactly. My bad, Sean. We have to do this again.
Yes, because I feel like you guys definitely need more time because we're coming to the end.
We have to do a Sean Cross Sean stream and show.
Yes.
Yeah, I keep channeling that.
Right. He could come to after party.
That's right.
We should do after party. Yes.
He's done after party.
Sometime.
No, when you move it.
Oh yes, when we do move it over to Hub 17. Mm-hmm. Channeling that in after party.
But yeah, Sean, let the people know where to find you, some links, some stuff to your book.
Okay, so the main place I'm on, this is going to be real annoying to pass on because my screen name is kind of stupid. It's arts_attack.x. That's my Instagram.
Okay.
And then my comic book that I did with Dan could be found at redcomicbook.com.
Awesome. And we're definitely going to have your Instagram in our posts as well. So definitely check out our posts. Shout out to Notorious because, yes, Sean,
Yes.
passionate people talk with their hands. Hello.
I get it, but you don't have to talk with your hands if I'm leaving
I'll be
like this.
breaking barriers.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the fragrance. We don't have time to talk about the fragrance, Notorious.
The smell of eraser rubs, new electronics and frustration.
Fresh pencils.
Oh yeah.
But once again, thank you, Sean, so much for coming on, and thank you, Sean, for interviewing Sean. And
Thank you, Sean.
No problem. Thank you too for the opportunity.
You're welcome, man.
Absolutely.
Anytime.
And many more, man.
All right, cool.
So that was Sean Stevens.
Amazing interview as
Yes,
well.
awesome. I got a chance to draw. I feel good. I got that,
Right? He has drawing anxiety if he
itch.
doesn't draw.
Yeah.
It's a hot mess. But no, the art for that was amazing. I'm actually
Yeah.
proud of myself that I got the Akira influence in that.
Yeah.
Taps to me. Taps to
Kudos,
me.
kudos. All right. So the next person, the next creator that we have on the list is Realist Bayani.
Realist Bayani.
RTO,
And he's been definitely checking in with us the entire time.
Yeah,
You've
right?
definitely seen him in the
Asking all the
comments.
questions.
He is the awesomest supporter in the world, and we're going to interview him next about his book and music, because you know he got that too. Stay tuned, guys.
All right.
Just-
Sup, folks? Name's Cool as Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self-publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this.
No, I must not succumb to temptation.
Nah, brother, you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble now.
It's legal.
Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell peeing pies.
bitches homeless boy, you can give me an 8.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
All right, and we're back.
And better than ever. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, so we had Sean Stevens. Got to draw with him. It was awesome. He got to talk about his book. And now we're up for the next guest, Mark Marvel Teodosio, or Mark T, a.k.a. Bayani.
The realist Bayani.
Oh,
okay.
What is this?
What is this?
Wait,
Oh, we
hold
can't
on.
hear you, Mark.
Hold on.
Oh,
You
you
muted
muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
Hello?
Hello? No.
Yeah, it's mute. What? Your camera's muted. He's trying to figure it out. You want to try calling back in, Mark? And unmuting yourself? There you go. No worries.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there we are.
What's
It's
good,
like,
guys?
I can't.
You're in sign language.
Right.
Oh. So what's going on? Where you at right now? You at Midtown Comics? I see. Boom. All right.
I'm in the back section with no AC.
But it looks good. There's a good feel to it.
Yeah. It's like old school Jones, but you know what I'm saying? But I couldn't. So I was like, I'm pulling over in Midtown Comics.
Wow. But that's awesome. How you doing today?
I'm chilling out, bro. I just came from my nephew's baptism, so that was pretty cool. And then I rushed out. I was like, yo, guys, I got an hour to make it back to Staten. I'll be right back.
We ended up being late, but
Yeah, either way, yeah.
no better late than never. We got
It's cool. I
to-
tune in with Sean, Steven, and stuff.
Let's get on to the nitty gritty.
Yes.
Tell people who you are and what you do.
What's going on, guys? My name is Mark Teodosio. That's my authorship name, as well as now my artist name, my hip hop artist, my music artist name. You search that on all streaming platforms to find the Bayani soundtrack. Links in and merges with the comic book, The Realist Bayani, which means hero in Filipino. So that's something I've worked with Sean as well on the first issue, our first attempt at creating comics together, right? We both tapped in, trying to meet deadlines, crazy stress.
Oh yeah.
We saw the reality of jumping into the game together, and here we are. You know what I mean? It's a lot of growth, progress, man. I'm super proud of y'all.
Thank you.
Same to
Facts.
you, man.
You,
Like,
exactly.
Because you're making big moves. I was just telling Jody the other day that like you're flying in from Cali, and you're doing videos, you're doing music with like big heads around the way, and
you're starting a movement with Bayani as well because of the
Exactly.
influences you're using. Let's talk about Bayani, the realist Bayani.
Yeah.
So so I created Bayani in 2016. It was just like an idea we had, just flying off the wing with a photo we did for like one of my songs, and it became an illustration drawn by Jose Chestar. He goes by and yeah, Che, young artistic revolutionary now. But shout out to him in Florida. He basically started off like the designs, just off the arm of an urban looking hero. And he threw at the time I was going by Mark Marvel as an MC, and we threw the Mark Marvel logo over the black mask I was wearing, and that kind of created the Bayani design. And what's interesting is that, you know, that design, I felt like we needed an urban hero, somebody that was like, you know, something a city kid could relate to really easily. And, you know, it's hard for a city kid to walk outside in tights and feel like a superhero. I always felt like, yo, if I was a superhero in the city, I would not be wearing tights with my underwears over it. Right. You know?
You'd be like Luke Cage, like just jeans and a hoodie, like chilling.
Exactly.
Right. And, you know, in 2016, like, even around that time, I was going to Comic Cons all the time, and Miles Morales wasn't wearing a hoodie at that time. He was wearing an all spandex suit. And with time, you know, cosplayers started throwing hoodies on because they would come to Comic Con with hoodies because it would be October. And so it's like chilly, but hot when you go in there, you know, and it might be raining, so you might need a hoodie. So a lot of cosplayers in their spandex would wear hoodies. And one of them famous for it was like Cosplay Nay, and he became real popular. And his cosplay of Miles Morales influenced the art style of Marvel creators in adding the hoodie to Miles Morales.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, and it was designed before Miles Morales was wearing a hoodie. You know, beyond that, like it's more like what influenced Bayani was really my interest in identity, cultural identity. Being born in Brooklyn, New York, like there was not that many Filipinos. They weren't teaching the history of the Philippines in our social studies books beyond MacArthur. How ironic is that, right? Beyond MacArthur's involvement in fighting Japan. They were a strategic battle station versus Japan, who was part of the Axis powers. I don't know, did I freeze?
No, you're still moving.
You're still moving.
Oh, sorry, you guys froze.
No, we're just listening. We're just like literally intently listening.
We're taking
Should we do
word.
this like while you're talking? Like
Yeah.
just swerve back. But no, man, we're listening. Continue. So you're saying it started from that influence, but what was like, oh my gosh, it needs to be about this, like after you did that?
So after I kind of decided to, where am I going to place this hero? I placed him in Manila, Philippines. And I was like, you know, people are going to see the city life. They're going to see that urban element. But, you know, now he has a Filipino aspect. Now I could relate to this. And now every Filipino kid could relate to seeing a brown skin superhero. And it wasn't just about racial things. It was more about, you know, soul, like a soul element. Like, who am I? You know?
Representation.
Yes, and I feel like a lot of us being born in America, we get Americanized, and we lose a lot of our culture being out here. We, you know, like even myself, like I grew up kind of adapting hip hop. I was born in Brooklyn, and I had two ways to go. I was either going to be a B-boy or an MC, and I ended up being an MC because I was great at writing, you know, and you know, I ended up just writing hip hop songs, battling blocks or whatever. But just adding that element to it, being Filipino and everything, I was like, what's relevant in the Philippines today that'll capture Filipinos? And I started tapping into the political climate, learning about Duterte and the drug wars, and he kind of influenced, like the current president of the Philippines influenced the antagonist. So where we get / mix with Negan of Victor Castro in the book. And that just, kind of like circumference, like the story plot. So we went from having the protagonist, a Filipino street hero, and then creating his antagonist, who's a political gangster, who's running the streets and mixing it with politics. So he became that character.
Amazing.
And we take it from there.
Yeah.
This wanted it to be raw.
What happened?
No, I was saying I really chose to place Bayani in this category of a street hero because I wanted it to be realistic. I wanted to skip all the special effects. It'll be, budget. We're just gonna focus on fight choreography versus everything else. Versus explosions and glowing hands and extra powers. Like I was like, I want Bayani to be raw, and the realest heroes are the ones without powers. Let's be frank about that.
And let's talk about the characters, because I know in the earlier stages you were actually taking real people, and putting them in your book. Can we talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah. So I think the book came from the community. We were doing just soft launches. Me and Sean were going around, we did Comic Book Jones as a soft launch in 2016. And that was to launch TCNY, The City Needs You, as the publishing. And from there, I created the City Needs You logo with 7 Star, and I did t-shirts. And so people that knew me for hip hop were like, yo, what is this, the City Needs You thing? It was like a natural transition because I was already rapping about comics. So people already knew what to gravitate. Like, it was already familiar with my followers. Like, let's support, Mark because he's about to create a comic book. So people showed up to Comic Book Jones and they were excited, just to see, Staten Island native.
That's where I met Sean.
Well, that's
No,
where Jody met me.
Yeah.
But I didn't meet you until later.
That's another story, right?
Yeah, that's a whole different story.
But that is so cool. So you just went up to these people and was like, hey, I want your face.
It was really specific. Like people that I put into the book had to have some true relevance to me, because the book really was a very intimate expression of therapeutically resurrecting my cousin Marlon Ramos, because he passed away and I gave the protagonist my cousin's name. So anyone that I involved, from Jasmine Ray, I met Jasmine Ray in Staten Island. She's also a Staten Islander. And I love the fact that she was multicultural. She's Puerto Rican, she's Black, as well as Puerto Rican, Black, and Filipino. How am I going to forget that, right? So she's all three. Right. When I met her in person, I was like, this girl's a superhero, straight up. Like, the way she moved, she pulled up in a motorcycle and walked into Maria's Gourmet on Victory. And I was just like, whoa. And we chopped it up. And I just feel like everything about her made a superhero. And that made her one of the most formidable characters in the book. So it's crazy because the most powerful character in the Bayani, storyline is a woman. And I always felt that way. I felt like women were some of the most powerful characters. Then we have other people like Mex Media, who's responsible for being part of the CJ Whoopty team. So shout out to him for pushing Staten Island to the level, making a platinum artist. And we took the likeness of him.
Max is definitely a good dude.
Right. And I made a tribute to our friendship, really. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't anything where I asked people to put so much money into the book. I was like, yo, I respect the fact you support me. I'm going to put you into the book. It's not creating it wasn't really creating like partnerships in the book. It was just to show tribute to what they do, who they are. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't something where it's like, all right, we're business partners, you know? So, and that was a very, very like, you know, blurred line in the beginning, but now I know how I'm moving with it. So, you know, like people that supported in the community, you know, like I'm really thankful for them because they helped me kind of like understand the dynamic of character development as well as seeing my ability to create a story out of nothing, out of purely nothing. Like the person may not even realize they have this element and all of a sudden becomes a character that supports the character development of Bayani.
That's awesome. So you've been to the Philippines, I've seen on your Instagram, since you've had the book and you've been advertising it out there. What are some of their responses so far that you've gotten for the book?
Well, truthfully, I haven't been to the Philippines since I created the book. I haven't.
But you've been there
went out
before.
Yeah. How you doing, bro? Yeah, I've been there before, and right now the third floor of Midtown Comics feels like the Philippines right now. It's pretty muggy. They got a fan and chill, but their response is that it's just too expensive for them to do because since we're a small publishing, we put everything at an exclusive price because, you know, we're only printing like 100 books, 200 books per like print because, you know, we're a small company. And there's only I could do. Like I wasn't really using Kickstarter till Bayani Rebirth. You know, it was like 2 books in and then I did a Kickstarter. So I was doing everything off the arm of my own funding and small donations from people along the way.
Let's talk about.
Did that answer the?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that answers
Did that-
it. Because that was because I did see that you did a podcast recently. That's why I guess I assumed that you went to the Philippines. I think it was a podcast that was specific with those influences as well.
Yes.
Like
I got my goal for the Philippines is to go out there, find a publishing company out there, and have them publish the book for me, like a trustee. Like I need someone I could trust, so that we don't have to go about the mailing expense, because the mailing expense for international is crazy for us.
Yeah, it definitely is.
My whole question is so you have a set of different people who are helping you make the send out the message of Bayani,
right,
including Savvy and Mindy, and are there any other people on board that is helping you bring this dream to life?
Yeah, so the creators, I mean the co-creators on I have the artist right now is Very Wong for Bayani Rebirth, and in our next book, issue 3, we have Ralph Nochete, No Meat Comics, and he lives in the Philippines. He's from Quezon City. So those two are the illustrators. One is for Rebirth, Very Wong, and issue 3 is Ralph Nochete. And from there we have our letterer, Mindy Lopkin, who's she's a East Coast representative. She's from Massachusetts. Who else do we have on deck? Savvy Designs. He helps me with a lot of behind the scenes digital content. We go over a lot of the decisions we make with what we're going to do with Bayani, as far as pushing it, as far as what we post, what we're releasing, what's the next thing we should do, what's the next steps. And who else do we have on deck for that? Letterer, anchor, colorist Lance Catan. He's also from the Philippines. Some of my goals was to just hire a whole Filipino team, but it becomes a little bit tedious sometimes to like really work with everyone, the same people on the next issue. Sometimes people get booked up. With Sean, he got mad busy after I finished issue 1, and he got mad super focused, right? A lot of Divided District got established, and it's all about timing. Sometimes the schedules don't really connect, and but right now that's what we have on deck. We have our colorist Lance Catan, Very Wong also does some coloring, but he's mainly an illustrator. Ralph Machete for illustrating, and our letterer is Mindy Lopkin.
You also had Doomsmith Art do the cover for yeah.
So Doomsmith,
amazing.
Yeah, the art for Bayani is amazing.
Yeah, can we get a few visuals on that, like zone in? Yeah, look at that.
Very nice.
Like this is like one of my favorite pages.
Yes.
I can't see it.
Oh, you guys are, it's the panel where the guy in the red headband with the long hair is glowing, and he has the white tattoos. They're glowing as well, and there's a woman behind him.
Yeah,
right.
She's saying
the cover.
And the blessing will be passed down to generations from the first Bayani to last. Like, yo,
I love
that's powerful. And
It's
then
giving me Black Panther vibes.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what? About Black Panther, the designer for that his whole hit squad, the all female hit squad that bodyguards him, all their designs were made by a Filipino costume designer. They were influenced by indigenous textiles from the Philippines. And so what I was gonna say is that a lot of the Filipino stuff that I'm showing now through Rebirth onwards from now involves a lot of our indigenous history, our pre-colonial history. And a lot of it has been overlooked because, like I said, a lot of history books only explain our origins from World War II. Like, we only became relevant then. But in reality,
From the winner's perspective.
Right.
And I saw that. But at the same time, no, that's true. And it's sad to hear, like, because a lot of indigenous people,
their history has been swept under the rug.
Exactly. And so, like, we need people and creators like you to bring that to light.
Exactly.
So when people ask, where did you get this from? You can tell them when you get it from, and you can tell them how, you know the tribe.
So you know the tribe. You know the
yeah,
tribe.
my son loves, and that's my wave right now. Like, a huge part of me writing Bayani became a process called decolonization. And decolonization is basically separating from the colonists, and doing things outside of what they tried to do to erase your identity. So, like, I remember a quote being said that was like, it wasn't the guns, it wasn't the weapons, it wasn't the war, it wasn't the soldiers, it was the cross that they used, the strongest weapon against our people. Weaponizing Christianity is a whole nother level of the conversation. But decolonizing became a super life. It wasn't just like me trying to write a comic book. It became me defining who I am, and helping others find their way as well.
Exactly. In which I think with this rebirth for Bayani, you're definitely like zoning in on that one purpose by doing so. And then not only that, but bringing a bunch of your peoples in with that, and also more people to get to learn the culture and understand the culture a little better than just, Peck Peck and Ponset. You know what I mean?
Ponset. Being in the medical. Being that you're in the medical field, I know you know about Ponset.
Oh man, no! Every time they bring it over to the unit, they give me a nice plate. I'm like, oh, I'm so grateful. Like, yeah, but delicious.
One of the characters,
baklava.
Baklava. Okay, that's like a cake, right?
Yeah.
I am not a fan.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Me neither. You have to try halo though.
Right?
No, actually, somebody wanted to bring them in. They moved me to a whole different unit. So now it's okra.
It's okra.
And kalaloo.
As we get to like the final minutes of our interview, what are the next steps for Bayani? Like, what can people expect to see moving forward?
So right now, we're just timing a lot of our releases, and we're like learning more of the budgeting for what we need to do to complete the series. So issue 4 and 5 has been written out, and is kind of issue 4 is getting drawn, but we're about to jump into the Kickstarter in probably the next month or so, and we're gonna drop issue 3 plus issue 4 if we could get to that level of funding. So right now we're just strategizing, and I'm just like doing a lot of networking behind the scenes. And I'm hugely inspired by yesterday's conversation with but it was Gina, right? Yeah, with her.
Jenna, not
Yeah,
Gina.
Not Gina.
Right.
Yeah, Jenna. Because I met her once in person, but Dave Noodles was. If I know you guys know about Dave Noodles, Stereotype, right? Yeah, he was helping me out with some of the branding in the beginning with The City Needs You, and she was one of the people that we had spotlighted, because we were spotlighting teachers, parents, creators, and she was one of them because she was helping people write grants. So after we dropped issue 1 with Sean, um, it was just crazy to see how Sean had capitalized on, public funding, which was dope to see. Because it helped
You
you guys.
should definitely hit up Staten Island Arts,
Yeah.
because you already have everything perfectly packaged, and they are literally willing to fund like all creators. Like they're just
Yeah.
begging people to fill in applications. So I would definitely. And then all you have to do is put that you're using the Kickstarter as well, and then boom, you got it.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, so we're just getting ready for issue 3 and 4, and just lining up everything. Like that's really my goal right now. Is just issue 3 and 4, finishing the series, and then getting my pitch deck together. If you guys don't know what a pitch deck is, do you guys know what that is?
What is that?
So a pitch deck is basically what you would bring to the table if you were going to sit down with anyone that could, put you on a major.
Oh, like an elevator pitch,
Yeah.
but with more detail.
But
yes,
there's a certain way of doing it. So once I get that together too, that'll be like my next wave. Because when I went out to Cali, that was another one of my goals. I was leisure networking out there, but really trying to figure out where the studios are, how to go about getting into major, outlets, and just really pitching to them, because spaces like Netflix is looking for cultural diversity in their animes and in their shows. They want that, So like me, Filipino, really led me in that direction. Like I was like, yo, I got to go out there, and I eventually rubbed elbows with people that can help me get into that direction. So right now we're just laying low and just making sure that the basics are done. People want the book in their hand.
Call it the work hibernate.
Mm-hmm.
You go in your little cave for a little bit, and then you blossom once you're ready to come out.
Yep.
So,
yep. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, where can the people find you, Bayani, and your music?
So I'm gonna censor it. City Needs You. So look for me at The City Needs You on Instagram and on YouTube, because on YouTube it contains my music as well as interviews and anything that we're gonna put as future content, latest updates. So just follow The City Needs You, and you'll find everything you need to see for Bayani and TCNY. The City Needs You.
That's so awesome. Any last minute comments?
Yep.
For I guess other creators as well.
Yeah, just anybody that's interested in making comic books and everything, just make sure your heart is in it, and make sure you're making what you know and what you love. That's what I was teaching kids in school. That's the best way to go about anything that you do. Make sure you know what you're talking about, and make sure you love it. Like that's really what you gotta do. Because if you're gonna be based off success and followers and stuff like that, you might get discouraged along the way, and you might not complete what you really had originally envisioned. So just make sure you find the love in it. That's really what the message I really.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Thank you so much, Mark, for coming in to talk with us. Right, we're definitely going to do this again. We're definitely going to interview you again.
Yep.
Hopefully, DistrictCon podcast plugging now. Plug it now.
Yeah.
We'll be doing a podcast soon, so definitely wait out for us to hit you up for the next interview.
You already know DC3. I'm waiting.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank you, Mark.
Have a good one.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So that was Mark Bayani Teodosio.
Yes, the realest Bayani.
And that was an awesome set, like getting to know like culture and his culture a little bit, creating with him back then, and getting to know that side, because it's not easy when they don't give you that information.
I mean, yeah, representation matters. Like, I mean, a lot of people complain, oh, there isn't my kind of superhero or my kind of character on TV. But sometimes you can't wait for Hollywood or Marvel or DC to do those things. You got to create it yourself and build a fan base from the ground up.
Yep.
So now we're going to go into our next interview.
Well, yeah. Wow. We're going to go to our next interview.
Let's go right into it.
TJ Sterling.
Hi, TJ. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, man.
Good. How are you?
Thank you so much. We had so
I'm
many
very, very
dope
well.
conversations today that we kind of run a little behind, but we're
Yeah.
so grateful that you were able to still talk to us.
No worries, man. I was definitely enjoying the conversation. I was holding on as long as possible. Unfortunately, I got to bounce pretty soon, but I was love to just chat with you guys and get to know you. Sean, I've been following your work. Jody, this is the first time I'm getting a chance to meet you and, get to learn more about what you're about. So, I'd love to just, talk with you guys for a little bit.
All right, cool. So yeah, I've been following your work for quite some time. We met back in 2016, like very, very vaguely, and I picked up a copy of, I guess, Okemist Issue 0, and this was at
Sure.
New York Comic Con. It had to be either 2014 or 2016, but yeah, ever since then it's just been. I've been a fan, and it blossomed to a whole like gigantic beast, and it's just a pleasure to even be talking to you right now.
We are truly honored, sir.
And now you have.
I think the honor is mutual, but yes, continue.
So now you're working on this new project with your brother, and which I resonated very, very much, because I have creative brothers as well, and I always want to do projects with them. Let's talk about real quick about Joystick Angels.
Yes, sir. So anybody who is watching and doesn't know me, my name is TJ Sterling. I'm the president lead artist of Ray Comics, and Okemist is our flagship title. It's the very first comic book in the series from Ray Comics, and we've got about 5 issues. We're working on issue 6 and the final books in that series, and we also just started Joystick Angels, our most recent series, through Kickstarter. We've got about 5 or 6 days left, I think. And it's a really fun, cool story, man. It's a YA sci-fi space opera comic series centered around 5 young space pilots who are tasked with saving the universe from an evil alien empire. So it's got those vibes of like those 80s and 90s arcade games. If you guys were fans of those coming up, the Star Foxes, the Gradius, the Darius twins, the Odysseys, any of these cool space games, or if you like Star Trek or Star Wars, it's got that vibe to it as well.
Right. In which I'm into all of that, and then also Okemist, I'm also a fan of the Sentai work. Hold on, I'll be here. Right.
He's like, I need to get the books. He's a mess. So you and your brother work on it. Writer, artist, or everyone's doing a little bit of everything?
Yeah, so with Okemist, I was actually the writer and artist on that series. So it's kind of my first creative baby, if you will, with comics. And then Joystick Angels is more of like me delegating as a creator, and oh, thank you, man. You got the whole series over here. Look, let's go.
Yeah, when
so
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that she was asking me, I'm creating with my brother. So for Joystick Angels, we co-wrote the book together, and then we hired an artist to do everything. So as the company's growing, we're starting to outsource and work with more creative talent as well.
Right.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Also, like, when you put out the Kickstarter for Okemos, I saw that there was a big bundle pack, and I had to pick it up. I was like, yeah, this is a must do. And the same thing with Joystick Angels. I was like, no, we have to.
We have to get
do
the
it.
set. You cannot buy just one issue.
Yeah, and so I wanted to read the whole thing, and I had the pleasure. This was definitely the vibes, the Sentai vibes that I wanted to read growing up as a kid. Like, you don't really get to see like the breaking of the visor or the death, the gore. You only see like maybe they get beat up and then they go back to like wherever they came from, and then they go back and get stronger. No, there is depth within these characters, and there's depth behind the storyline, and I just couldn't get enough, and I can't wait for 5 and 6, or if I'm even able to mention it, because you gave us like a little snippet on Instagram, the animation.
Is that the next step? Is that what
I
hearing?
am absolutely floored, and I am just
So are we talking? Let's talk about that a little bit, if you can. Are you doing a series, a movie? What little sneak peek?
The skinny, so when I created can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
It's just a little delay.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yeah.
It's
just a little
slightly delayed. Oh, I think we lost him.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, but so far I love the art for this. It's definitely giving me Thanos vibes. Hey, he's back.
Hey.
Can you hear us now?
All right, I'm back, y'all. I had to
Okay.
reconnect real quick. Thank you. I was just going to say that, yes, we are actively building assets for and pitching an animated series or film stuff. So, it's a constant moving, piece of just trying to understand the market, trying to understand what people are looking for, but also how to pitch correctly. I personally find if you have some type of animated assets, it's easier to pitch, to an executive or to a group or to a room. So I am actively building that stuff all the time. But I'm also focusing on what our core ethos is at Ray Comics, and that's creating great stories and creating a library of great stories, and that just takes time. So at our core, we are comic book creators and fans, and we want to continue to do that, and then eventually crack this larger nut of multimedia with games and animation and film.
That's awesome.
Very cool. I can't wait.
And that gives me a little insight of what I should do regarding like books and just like having that sort of energy that you give off. You definitely one of my favorite indie creators, and there's a bunch of them, and like you just skyrocketed right into the list. It was just like how, but I'm not even how, but I understand because I tell people who would like to learn how to draw comics and create comics is you gotta love it first. You gotta be a fan.
Absolutely.
Inside and out.
And speaking of that, what are some of your influences? Like some of your favorite artists?
That's a great question. I mean, I've been collecting comics since like 1989. And, I was a huge fan of like John Byrne, John Romita Jr. I was immensely inspired by Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane. I mean, those are my top two guys. in the comic book industry in terms of their impact, in terms of their art style and what they were able to do. And, you know, it kind of put me on the trajectory of how I like to draw. You know, when you read Okemos, you get those 90s vibes, not just because it's a Sentai story, but because there's elements of, you know, martial arts and Dragon Ball Z and you know, even the line quality is very much in the vein of a 90s comic book. So, yeah, you know, that was my era, that was my genre that inspired me. And I guess as time goes on, I'm trying to diversify the type of comics that we are putting out there, because something like Joystick Angels is more anime-ish.
Right.
So you get a totally different vibe than Okemos with Joystick Angels.
Right. It was a whole different texture between the two, looking at the art, but also story-wise, even though they're like, you know, intergalactic in a way, you still have a whole different texture, in which I definitely enjoy, and I cannot wait until your book comes into the mail so I can enjoy that as well.
The beautiful thing is that issue 1 is already done, so I mean, folks are not going to have to wait long. I am a fan of comics, and I absolutely hate waiting for my Kickstarter rewards. It's not something I'm a fan of. So as I make a Kickstarter, I want to make sure that my product is ready to get into your hands, the viewer. So yeah, I'm super serious about getting you guys a great story and getting it to you fast, so you don't have to wait.
Right. But also, so like working, going back to that, working with your brother, like, because working with my brothers to do anything is a whole different, like, communication. So like, you both are you guys like fire and ice, or you both can like compromise? Yeah. Was there like characters that you guys wanted to put in, or like a direction that you guys wanted to go with how for anything?
Yeah, that's a great question, man. I mean, honestly, my brother has come with me to comic conventions over the last 5+ years. A lot of my fans have gotten to know him as a person, as a fellow artist. I mean, he is a musician by trade. He raps, he sings, he you know, composes and engineers music for folks all the time. So it's a very normal space for him to be in, something very, very creative. And you know, because that's his area of expertise, you know, music. My area of expertise is comics and art. So he kind of trusts my judgment and my leadership in this particular area, if you will. And then, you know, he does obviously have a lot of great ideas because he's a creative person himself. But ultimately, you know, we always come to a compromise or come to some type of agreement as to what we think the story would work, or what type of story would work for a book.
Right. So back then you both were playing Star Fox and all those awesome games that kind of, so like basically you both was definitely tapped in when you guys made the story. That's awesome.
Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah,
and the dopest thing too, man, is that I was going to quickly say that we created an original soundtrack for this comic book. So there's 8 tracks specifically composed for Joystick Angels, which is really going to be a treat for people. They're going to be able to read a comic book and then listen to music and get a multi-sensory experience. So we're very excited about that.
That's very cool. Now I'm looking at the colors here. They look amazing. I'm seeing like a bunch of names on here. So can we talk about, I guess, the other hands that were involved in the book? The colorist, the editor, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Nats Ledesma. He's our penciler. He is an incredibly talented illustrator who's very, very good at mechanical stuff. And we knew that if we were going to draw a space opera where there was going to be ships and tech and ray guns and all this stuff, it was going to need to be a technical artist that could handle, you know, machinery. So that's Nats Ledesma. We've got Loris Ravina on colors, a guy out of Italy who's absolutely incredible. We made sure that palette was vibrant, you know, beautiful and really aesthetically just fun to look at. We've got Dr. Shamika Mitchell, our editor-in-chief at Ray Comics, is actively involved in this book, which we are very, very honored to have her on. She's incredible. And yeah, you know, obviously me and my brother, we co-wrote the book, and then my brother did the music. So that's the whole team.
Wow.
Awesome. A collective, a family collective.
But yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. I know that you're pretty much pressed for time, but I just want to thank you for taking the time out for even coming in. I extremely appreciate it.
Right, because we got so caught up in everyone's interviews. Everyone that we had for this weekend was so awesome, and we're even more honored that we got to close with TJ Sterling.
But no, definitely, because now we're in the talks of having a podcast.
Yes, we're gonna have a DistrictCon podcast because of this weekend. It went so well, so we'll definitely have to invite you to come back, and it'll be your full hour. We're gonna shorten it.
Yeah, and you know, we talk more organically about creating and just doing.
I mean, honestly, I would love to come back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You know, like this was absolutely amazing and definitely a great way to kick off our final panel for DistrictCon 2. Thank you so much.
And tell the people where to reach you and where to purchase your book and the great music.
Absolutely. So super easy. If you are following me, you can follow me on IG at Ray Comics, RAE Comics, and click the link in our bio so you can check out the Kickstarter. That's the absolute best way to get everything everything Ray Comics through the link on our bio. I'm also at Ray Comics on Twitter. You can find me at Ray Comics on Facebook. So I'm pretty much everywhere Ray Comics, but I encourage everyone to click the link in our bio, support the Kickstarter, share it, tell everybody about it. We're trying to reach 20K, and if we can reach 20K within the next 5 or 6 days and close out this campaign strong, we're going to be able to get everyone issue 2 of Joystick Angels for free. So help us get to 20K, y'all.
Yes, help them get to 20K, guys. And thank you again, TJ.
Thank you. Oh, wait. Did we?
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
Take
All
care.
right, take care. See you soon.
Wow.
So that was TJ Sterling. That was awesome.
Oh man, DistrictCon 2, it's over.
But that's okay because we just talked about doing a podcast.
Yes, people, during the timescape of this weekend, Sean and I have decided to continue this beautiful relationship that we have with you guys with a DistrictCon podcast that we'll be doing once a month.
Once a month.
And where we continue to show you guys awesome demos and awesome creators for an hour.
Yep, I think that's pretty cool.
I
to
think
do.
yes, I think we
because
should.
there's a lot more creators.
Yes.
Where that came from, and we want to try to get to know all of them.
Right. So a few closing statements. The first one is 30-second promo videos. Guys, we will be showcasing your video 30 seconds. It doesn't have to be professional. It could literally be you talking to the camera. Hey, this is what I do. Check out my art, my music, my crafts, my shirts, my merch, whatever you got. Send us your 30-second videos and we'll play it during our next DistrictCon podcast.
That's right.
And last but not least, but never forgotten, our Kickstarter.
Yes, our Kickstarter.
8 days left, guys. Click those links in the bio. Get you some awesome Divided District merch and awesome Divided District titles.
Yep.
All right. But all good things must come to an end.
Yes.
Just want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in. We actually had a good amount of comments going on the YouTube. That was awesome.
And thank you for everyone who stopped by to talk with us and gave us great content to work with.
A glimpse.
To present to the viewers out there, who is also awesome as well. Thank you so much to Staten Island Arts
Yes.
and also Hub 17. Thank you, Kenny.
Yes,
for
thank
dealing.
you, Kenny, for being the most awesome person with this awesome studio that we're in, remote location.
And I want to thank you for being a partner at this, and you know, just as much as an importance to the Divided District family as, you know, it's not just me who's doing
Right.
this. It's
Teamwork
you.
make the dream work. And thank you for teaching me how to do comics and bringing me into this world, because now, because he taught me, we're also going to be teaching other people. So I get the last thing we should say is, if you have a book, a story, a idea, even if it's one sentence, hit us up. We are a one-stop shop. We can help you draw it. We can help you write it, edit it, publish it, whatever you need, even if it's just consultation of what the hell do I do next. That's what Divided District is. And
Hey,
that's all, folks.
You might be in the next sampler.
Yes, you never know.
And there's more to come. Stay tuned. But for now, we bid you guys adieu.
Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Good night.